MC Pokémon, I can get a 100-fold return. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 The First Battle. When Zacian returned to the Pokémon Center, he was almost surrounded by players. At this time, there was a large screen hanging outside the Pokémon Center. Above it is the list of finalists this time. There are 30,000 players shortlisted for the fishing competition. This ranking is based on the average ratings of the 3 Pokémon submitted by each player. Therefore, there is no way to know, only where your ranking is. Zacian stared at the screen for a long time and finally found his ranking, which was ranked 1120th. Among the 30,000 players, Zacian's ranking is still relatively high. There is a big reason. It may be because Akron, with a high rating, stretched his crotch. Of course, most of the 30,000 players still need to be eliminated. This time, only the top 300 will be admitted to the finals. Once the top 300 are determined, the finals will be held to determine the top 3. However, these are not problems for Summer. It can be said that his Pokémon level is almost the highest among all the participating players. After all, no other player has such amazing cheats as him. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon the second day arrived, the day the finals began. Byte. Server-wide announcement. Finalists are requested to go to the battle center on time for matchmaking. Players who do not arrive in time will be deemed to have quit the game. Buzzer. Server-wide announcement. Finalists are requested to go to the battle center on time for matchmaking. Players who do not arrive in time will be deemed to have quit the game. In Zacian's message column, 2 messages suddenly appeared. After seeing these 2 pieces of information, Zacian's eyes flashed slightly, and then he walked towards the center of the battle. At this moment, an NPC in a yellow uniform stood outside the battle center of each newbie village. Zacian walked up to the yellow uniform NPC and said, "Hello, I'm a contestant." The yellow uniform NPC looked at Zacian, then nodded and said, "Please enter the passage here." NPC pointed. He pointed at a portal that appeared at an unknown time next to him. Hearing this, Zacian nodded and walked towards the portal. Arriving in front of the portal, a message appeared in front of Zacian. Ding. Player information has been confirmed. Do you want to participate in the matchmaking? Zacian said. Ding. Players are invited to enter the portal for matchmaking. Then, Zacian walked towards the portal. After entering the portal, Zacian came to a dark space. In front of him was a matching countdown. 10. 9. Ding. Matchmaking successful. After waiting for about 10 seconds, this message suddenly appeared in front of Zacian's eyes, and then a white light flashed and disappeared into this space. Mao is cute, is an online video editing host. She is one of the most well-known hosts in the live broadcast industry, and is known as Sister Cat. Of course, although she is a gamer, her strength in this game is quite good, at least reaching the advanced trainer level. In addition, she was very lucky. She encountered a special plot quest in the wild, and obtained a powerful fishing rod. In the past few days, we caught aquatic Pokémon with good ratings, namely the level 36 Water EV, the level 41 Meriluli, and the level 43 Mosquito Repellent Swimmer. Overall, her luck was quite good, and it also allowed her to enter the finals of the fishing competition. This was something she did not expect. In her opinion, among so many players across the country, there must be some Pokémon with better ratings than the Pokémon she caught. She probably has no chance of making it to the finals. However, the result exceeded her expectations. Not only did she advance to the finals, but her ranking was still at the middle level. This made her happy. When the successful matchmaking message appeared in front of him, Mao is quite cute, straightened his face and became serious. It's time for him to get serious about the next battle. However, he was still recording the video, so he said, "Okay, now that Mao has been successfully matched, let me see, who is the first opponent in the finals of the fishing competition?" Then, Mao is quite cute. A white light flashed before his eyes and appeared on a battlefield. At the same time, his opponent also appeared on the battlefield. It is a player wearing a red and white short-sleeved t-shirt, blue pants, and a red and white cap. Mao Mao is quite cute, looked at his opponent with a smile on his face, and said, "It seems that my opponent in this match should be a civilian player. Look, he doesn't even have a suit on. No, I guess they're civilian players who can't even get a set." Generally speaking, players who have been in this game for a while basically have a set. Like those from various major guilds in the world. Those big guys almost all wear diamond suits, or some kind of evolution stone suits. Even a female player like me who doesn't like collecting resources has put together a diamond suit. You can guess from this! Exclamation mark. My opponent in this round is a civilian player. It's extremely rare for a civilian player to enter the finals. I should have caught a Pokémon with good grades. It's already a great stroke of luck. Now let me, Sister Cat, finish it off. Ding. Players on both sides are requested to release the battle Pokémon. Seeing this message, Mayo is quite cute, smiled lightly, and then released the level 36 Water EV. After catching the Pokémon, she did not level up, so Water EV's level was lower than the remaining two. At this moment, the red and white short-sleeved player also released his Pokémon, which was a menace. Cats are cute. Seeing that the Pokémon released by the other party turned out to be a menace, there was a hint of surprise on his face. There was a hint of envy in his eyes, and he said, "I didn't expect the other party to have a menace. I'm quite lucky. I originally wanted to catch one, but unfortunately I ran out of time, so I had to give up." At the beginning of the game, Catman is very cute, ordered Water EV, Turbidity Current. Hearing the command, Water EV cried out, and then a turbid stream of water spurted out of its mouth, flying towards Menace. Catman is very cute, explained. Water type has no attribute restriction against water type. It only depends on the Pokémon's level and the player's command ability. The reason why I let Water EV use Turbidity Current is to allow Water EV to use Turbidity Current. The opponent's Beautiness reduces the hit rate. When the opponent's Meanness hit rate drops to a certain level, the skill will not be so easy to attack. At that time, even if the opponent uses attack skills, he will be hit by my water. Ibrahimovic easily dodged it. In the end, I can only kill you. The cat is very cute. After saying that, she silently looked at the situation on the field. However, what surprised her was that the opponent's menace only brought about a tornado, which easily disabled Water EV's turbid current attack. I didn't expect it to be broken. Mao Mao is very cute. She smiled lightly and didn't care. In her opinion, this menace simply broke Water EV's current turbid attack. She then ordered the Water EV to attack again. However, what happened next surprised her. After both of her attacks were neutralized, the opponent's menace began to counterattack. Moreover, what made her even more speechless was that her own Water EV could not be touched at all. Although Menace withstood several Water EV attacks, its blood volume did not decrease at all. Because of this, the opponent's Menace could not be touched at all. On the contrary, the health of her own Water EV quickly hit rock bottom under Menace attack. When Shuyibu fell onto the field, Mao Mao was very cute, also showed a surprised expression on her face. How is this possible? She stared in disbelief. She didn't even know how her Water EV fell. Not only that, Menace ability damage was surprisingly high, and Water EV only suffered a few attacks before directly falling. Logically speaking, when a water Pokémon fights a water Pokémon, the damage shouldn't be that high. This makes Cat is cute a little unbelievable. So there's only one possibility left. The opponent's Meanness is a higher level. Furthermore, it's much higher than Water EV. Chapter 102. Isn't this a fishing convention? I have to say that the guess that cats are cute is quite accurate. The player playing against her was none other than Zacian. Menace level is indeed much higher than Water EV's 20 levels behind. It is normal for Water EV to be unable to defeat Menace. However, what made Cat very cute feel even more uneasy was that in the next two rounds, her level 40 or higher Maliluli and Mosquito Repellent Swimmer were still defeated by Menace. This was something she couldn't understand. Why is this Menace so strong? Even if the level is higher, blood volume will always be lost. However, what makes Cat Ma is cute. Doubt about life is that no matter how her Pokémon attacks, as soon as Menace blood volume drops, it will immediately be filled up. Then, what followed was Menace crazy counterattack. It didn't give her any time to breathe at all. Thus, Cat is cute reluctantly lost the game. She was eliminated. Until she returned to the battle center in Novice Village, Cats are cute had a confused expression on her face. How did she do it? Why does Menace blood regenerate so quickly? After 3 rounds, not a single drop of blood has been consumed. Conference a victory, promotion successful. Ding. All participating Pokémon have been restored. Ding. Please don't leave, the next opponent will be matched. A message appeared in front of Zacian. Zacian smiled lightly and then quietly waited for the next opponent. There are 30,000 players in the finals, and the top 300 will be selected. In other words, it will take about 6 games to advance to the finals. The battle just now was relatively simple for Zacian. Menace's level is high, so the damage dealt by the opponent's Pokémon is limited. Zacian directly allowed Menace to self-regenerate and use Mysterious Guardianship to defend, and then used Dragon Tail's physical ability to attack. The other party couldn't hit Menace at all. Let the opponent directly sit on the wax, completing the feat at 1 to 3. He easily won the victory. Of course, it could also be due to the opponent's bad luck. They encountered Zacian in the first game, and were directly eliminated. Zacian didn't wait long, and the opponent for the next game soon appeared at the other end of the field. The opponent in this match is a player wearing a water stone suit. The player was stunned for a moment when he saw Zacian without any suit. Are there any players who aren't wearing suits now? After being slightly surprised, the player reacted and then released his Pokémon. It's a level 39 Gothorduck. When Zacian saw the Pokémon released by the other party, he just smiled. In this scene, the Pokémon he released was Hakron. With a flash of white light, Zacian's Hakron appeared on the field. The other party's eyes widened when he saw Hakron, with an expression of disbelief on his face. What's going on? Isn't this a fishing convention? How come there's a Harker dragon? However, the player suddenly thought, it seems that the Harker dragon can also be caught in the sea. The reason why this Hackosaurus can participate in the competition may be because it is a mini dragon, a breed of Pokémons called Hackosaurs, which lives in the water. Without thinking much, the player came to his senses and then ordered, Gothorduck, telepathy. Hearing the order, a burst of blue light appeared in Gothorduck's eyes and a telepathy wave spread out from his body. Hakron not far away. Looking at the surging telepathy shockwave, Zacian's expression did not change at all, and he said lightly, Harkeling, bear it, the dragon's wrath. The telepathy shockwave bombarded Dragon's body, leaving him exposed. A sad expression. But after hearing Zacian's order, he still endured it, then opened his mouth and a purple ball of energy spread out. The player condensed his mouth. I saw Hakron suddenly exhale, and the purple energy ball shot towards Gothorduck. The energy ball turned into a purple light in the air, moved very fast, and hit Gothorduck in an instant. In an instant, Gothorduck's blood volume was reduced by more than half under this blow. How is it possible? How could the damage be so high? The player's expression changed slightly, a little unbelievable. Dragon's Wrath is just a skill with average power, and logically speaking, it shouldn't have such high damage, unless this Harker dragon is of a very high level. The player frowned, and his heart suddenly sank. Both sides cannot see the player's name or the level of the other Pokémon, so everything can only be guessed. As this player guessed, Hakron's level has reached level 54, although it is not as high as Menace's. However, it is still more than 10 levels higher than this level 39 Gothorduck. Under the pressure of the hierarchy, Gothorduck was quickly defeated. As a last resort, the player released his Pokémon again. It is a level 40 Gyarados. He had been squatting for a long time before catching this Gyarados. Its ratings were very high, almost first class. Moreover, the level is okay, but he doesn't believe it. Will it not be able to beat the level 40 Gyarados? However, what disappoints this player is that, although his Gyarados is level 40, the level difference between it and Hakron is still quite large. It lasted a little longer than the previous Gothorduck, but it was still killed by Hakron. The player took a deep breath and released his last Pokémon. Level 40 Sakura Fish. As always, Sakura Fish lasted less than 5 minutes before being killed by Hakron. This player had a helpless expression on his face. He didn't expect to be eliminated after only making it to the second round. Ding. Congratulations to player Kai for earning their first win in the fishing competition finals and successfully advancing. Ding. All of the players participating Pokémon have been restored. The opponent will be successfully matched. After defeating the previous player, Zacian waited again. Not long after, Zacian entered the battle again. However, the following players were eliminated one after another due to the mixed doubles contested by Hakron and Menace in the summer. Zacian won 5 games in a row. In the 6th game, Zacian was given a bye due to too many consecutive victories, and advanced to the finals. Buzzer. Server-wide announcement. The list of those who advanced to the finals will be displayed on the big screen of the Pokémon Center. Next up is the Fishing Conference Finals. The finals will begin a live battle. If you want to see it, please watch it in the Pokémon Center. The format used in the finals is a best of 3 game system, divided into 60 groups with 5 players in each group. Each time a player is defeated, a point is earned. The player with the highest points will qualify. The consecutive winner will earn a pass to the next round. All the players were a little surprised when they saw this announcement all over the server. Damn, this fishing competition is so intense. There are so many battles. If you calculate it this way, it will take at least 8 battles to decide the championship. Pokémon level. The players' commands are all water type Pokémons. It depends on who has the highest level, the strongest command ability, and the strongest tactics. I don't know who will win the final championship. Look. Oh, do you still need to look at her? It must be a famous player on the rankings. In Jiangliu's eyes, the boss was eliminated in the second round. Damn, it's really fake. Excited heart, shaking hands. The bets for the top 60 in the fishing competition are open. 100,000. Place a bet, hurry up. The odds are 5:1. Just as many players were talking about it, Zacian was teleported to the battlefield again. The group stage of the finals is about to begin. Chapter 103. There is no one who can fight. Entering the battlefield again, a scoreboard appeared in front of Zacian. The score shown above is 0 points, and his group is group 60, the last group. Is it because I got a bye in the last game, so I was assigned to the last group? Seeing his group number, Zacian couldn't help but think to himself. He didn't wait long before a player from the same group as him appeared on the opposite side. That player had just entered the battlefield and was stunned for a moment when he saw the slate equipment all over Zacian's body, a little surprised. I have to say that Zacian's suit is really amazing. After all, except for the new players who have just entered the game, most players wear suits. Moreover, it was at this kind of server competition in China that I saw Zacian's late appearance. Why didn't this shock and surprise him? Then, the player's expression became solemn. Since he can stand out among 30,000 players, he will definitely not be an ordinary person. Those who can reach this point are basically players with a certain strength. Of course, it is possible that some powerful players who were unlucky were eliminated in the previous round of the finals. From what he knows so far, Ian Jiangliu, who is ranked 11th on the ranking list, is not very lucky. In the third round, I met Susu steps in, who is currently number 1 on the ranking list. He was eliminated directly. Speaking of which, this player is also one of the top 200 players on the ranking list, and his name is Xianyu. His participating Pokémons are level 40 Gyarados, level 41 Gem Starfish, and level 41 Swamp King. Ding. The 60th group point match will now be held. Players on both sides are asked to release their battle Pokémons. When the game message appeared in front of the two of them, both of them released their starter Pokémon. In a flash of white light, 2 Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Salted Fish, the starter Pokémon here, is a level 41 Swamp King. Zacian uses Hack Dragon to battle. The previous games were between Hakron and Menace, and his Wise Frog had not yet appeared. Intelligent Frog is considered to be the ace in the summer box and certainly cannot be played easily. Zacian intends to keep the Wise Frogs in the final match of the championship. The player named Xianyu was shocked when he saw that the opponent's starter Pokémon was actually a Hackran. Hacker Dragon? Although Xianyu was a little surprised, he quickly reacted and ordered the Swamp King, use Earthquake, Hard Ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred, and even some cracks opened on the ground. However, the shock of the earthquake had no effect on Hackran. This is because, although Hackran does not have wings, he can still float in the air. When Swamp King used Earthquake, Hackran was already floating. Therefore, the Swamp King's Earthquake has no effect. The Xianyu player was speechless and patted his head in annoyance. He didn't even notice this. However, at this moment, Hackran began to counterattack. A purple energy ball condensed in his mouth, and as he exhaled, the energy ball flew towards the Swamp King at an extremely fast speed. In battle, any sudden movement is fatal. Seeing Hackran's attack, the salted fish player's expression also changed, and he quickly ordered, Swamp King, instant amnesia. The effect of instant amnesia is to greatly enhance special defense, and can effectively resist special damage attacks. However, what the Xianyu player did not expect was that he underestimated the damage of Dragon's Wrath. Even though the Swamp King suffered instant amnesia after using it, the Dragon's Fury bombarded the Swamp King's body and still reduced the Swamp King's health by half. The damage is so high that it explodes. Seeing this situation, the salted fish player also widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Fuck, why is the damage so high?" However, just as the salted fish player was shocked, Hack the Dragon attacked again. I saw Hackran's body floating in the air, turning a few times, and then descending sharply, flying towards the Swamp King. As Hackran descended, the surrounding airflow seemed to be impacted, and one after another surged out. The dragon's ultimate move, Xianyu, the player's expression changed drastically. He naturally recognized this skill. Bog King, Mud Bomb. In an instant, following the player's salted fish command, mud balls appeared in the space around the Bog King. Under the control of the Bog King, it rose into the air, seemingly trying to resist Hackran's dragon dive. However, Hackran's dragon dive was very fast. When the mud bomb had just taken off, Hackran's body was already flying. Moreover, Hackran passed through the mud bomb's space with extreme agility, and his entire body slammed into the Bog King. Boom. 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 From time to time, a few mud bombs came into contact with the Hackran, causing violent explosions, but they were still tolerated by the Hackran. Although the blood volume was reduced a little, Hackran still rushed straight towards the Bog King. Bang! On the battlefield, it burst out. A loud earth-shaking noise rang out, and then endless dust scattered, covering the entire battlefield. Not long after, the smoke and dust dissipated. Under Hackran's fierce blow, the Swamp King's blood volume was instantly emptied, and he lost his ability to fight. Only Hackran was left floating calmly on the field. Xianyu, the player did not expect to lose so cleanly in the first round of the battle. This Hacker Dragon's level must be very high. Xianyu, the player made a guess, otherwise, it would have been impossible to cause such great damage. His level 41 Swamp King was defeated after only acquiring 2 skills. If that was not the case, he would be living with the hair standing on his head. Taking a deep breath, player Xianyu released his second participating Pokémon, the level 40 Gyarados. What happened next was beyond his expectations. The other party actually exchanged a Pokémon, which was the relatively rare Menace. Although there are recent rumors that Menace evolved from the ugly fish, there are still relatively few players who own Menace, because they need to wear beautiful scales. After Menace came into the scene, their Gyarados did not last long before being defeated. Gyarados was directly consumed to death by the opponent's close combat. Although Gyarados loses blood when attacking the opponent, Menace can recover it with a single skill. Moreover, the counter-attack was as if it was endangering its life. Gyarados directly fell into a disadvantage, and was subsequently defeated. Salted Fish, the player's third Pokémon, was in the same situation. It was almost hit by a hammer, pressed against the ground, and rubbed like crazy. Xianyu, the players had never played such a frustrating game. They lost without even seeing the opponent's third Pokémon. Ding. Congratulations to the player for winning the 60th group. You won the first round and earned 1 point. After the victory, a message appeared in front of Zarshan. Next is the second battle. As expected, the opponent was pinned to the ground and dropped by Zarshan's mixed doubles team. Third game, win. Game 4, win. After winning 4 consecutive games, Zarshan also became the 60th group with the highest points and advanced to the top 32. Ding. Because the player obtained consecutive victories, he received a buy and successfully advanced to the top 16. Because he won 4 consecutive games among the top 32, he received a buy and directly entered the top 16. At this moment, outside the Pokémon Center of all the newbie villages, the list of those who have advanced to the top 32 appeared on the big screen. The list of the top 32 promotions of the fishing conference: Wind Never Gives Up, Shenhuang, Susu Joins, Captain Dragonfly, Ying Love Princess, Bayan Pio, Bye, Kai, Bye. Note, the above rankings are in no particular order. Many players started discussing when they saw the names of the players on the list. Damn, basically all the players on the ladder are here. In fact, they are all big bosses that appear often. Look, Kaidashan also appeared. He still has a buy. Amazing. If you put it this way, Kaidashan should have won 4 games in a row. There is a saying, Kaidashan is yides. Have you noticed? It seems that Kaidashan is the only player not on the ranking list. Although I'm not a player on the ranking, I'm the overlord of the Pokémon ranking list. Why do you have to fight in the rankings? However, this is not necessarily the case. In this fishing competition, they are all water Pokémon, and those who can advance will not have much level difference. Even if Kai is the leader of the tier list, how high can he be? In fact, can you enter 32? Strong? They are not simple characters. The next game is exciting. Excited heart, shaking hands. It's time to place bets again. Place bets. Place bets. The top 16 promotion list. The odds are 10:1. 100,000 Pokémon coins. Come here if you want to make a fortune. Damn it, I want to place a bet. I lost 100,000 in the last round. I must get it back this time. Chapter 104. The stench is overwhelming. One uses 3. At this time, the game resumed, this time to advance to the quarterfinals. Due to the summer break, he directly entered the top 16. The players who can reach this point are basically very strong. In addition, the level of the Pokémon is also very high, basically above level 40. Of course, there is still a big gap between them and the Pokémon of summer. Standing on the battlefield, Zarshan looked at the starter Pokémon released by the opponent with a hint of surprise on his face. It is a level 44 Stinky Mud. However, this is not what surprises Zarshan. This Stinky Mud is a shiny Pokémon, and its body color is not purple-black, but turquoise. Because of the softness of the body, it looks like diarrhea. A bit disgusting. Not only that, there was a foul smell surrounding this Stinky Mud. Although you can't smell it in summer, you can imagine it. Because his Hakron had just appeared, and when he smelled the stench, his expression immediately changed. His expression looked very disgusting. Although Smelly Mud is a poisonous Pokémon, it lives in swampy waters and can be caught with a fishing rod. Therefore, Pokémons that are officially judged to be caught can participate in this fishing conference. The name of Zarshan's opponent is a bit interesting. His name is Zioxan Poison. He is a player who is always ranked 23rd on the ranking list and is good at using poisonous Pokémons. This Smelly Mud really fits Zioxan Poison's consistent style. As the list of those who advance to the top 16 appears, the player's name information also appears on the list. At this moment, the battle that was played outside the Pokémon Center was the scene of the battle between Little Fairy Poison and Red. Many players had surprised expressions on their faces after seeing Red and Zioxan Poison matched up. Isn't this the poisonous boss that is ranked 23rd on the ranking? I didn't expect to be pitted against the Red God. 666. This battle is exciting. I don't know who is better between the two of us. Needless to say, the Red God is definitely going to win. The poisonous boss is not bad at all, right? It's a master of poisonous Pokémon and is even more powerful with the smelly mud. And this smelly is said to be even more powerful. The level of the mud is very high. Although the red god releases a hack dragon, if the poison boss adopts attrition tactics, the red god can easily win. The result will be around 50 to 50. Just among the many players. During the discussion, the battle also began. Little Immortal Poisonous naturally recognizes Zacian. Red is a very famous name and has dominated the Pokémon ranking list for a long time. To be honest, he still felt a little guilty when fighting Zacian. He was a little unsure of the level of the Hackran in front of him. Judging from the list, Zacian can directly advance to the top 16, so his Pokémon level must be very high. Thinking of this, Zacian's heart sank even further. However, he won't give up easily. Stinky Mud, Sludge Bomb. I saw the body of the Stinky Mud writhe, stretched out two green arms, and shook it fiercely. In an instant, countless streams of mud exuding a foul odor shot towards Hackran. The slime pierced through the air, and even the air turned purple-black. It can be seen that these sludges contain strong toxins. When Hackran saw the dark thing flying towards him, the disgusted expression on his face became even more intense. Moreover, the foul smell emanating from it almost suffocated him. How could such a smelly Pokémon exist? Hackran couldn't understand. At this moment, Zacian said, "Take off, dodge, and use Pray for Rain." Hearing the order, Hackran quickly turned his body and flew into the air. When Hackran just stood up, Smelly Mud Bomb also followed, but Hackran dodged it. Immediately afterward, the mud bomb fell to the ground and exploded, emitting a foul smell. Instantly, the entire battlefield was filled with a foul smell, causing Hackran to frown again. It really stinks. However, Hackran still suppressed the stench that penetrated his nostrils and squeaked. A dark cloud formed in the sky, and it started to rain. As the raindrops drifted away, the stench on the battlefield also diluted a little. The reason why Zacian allows Hackran to use the rain-seeking skill is, on the one hand, to enhance the power of water-based skills. On the other hand, it is used to dilute the stench brought by the smelly mud. If Zacian's predictions were good, the opponent's smelly mud should have the stench tray. The stench tray releases a foul odor that sometimes causes opponents to shudder when attacking. Just like before, Hackran's expression was obviously disgusting and shuddering. Seeing that the smelly mud's attack was dodged, Zacian Poison slightly raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Smelly Mud, use Mud Wave. After a pause, Zacian Poison ordered again. Following Zacian Poison's order, the smelly mud began to move again. This time the attack was more violent and intense than the previous ones. The smelly mud waved its arms and kept throwing out smelly mud into the air. When Hackran saw the flying mud, there was a hint of fear in his eyes and he obviously hated this filthy attack. Zacian naturally noticed this and ordered again. Long surfing technique. Wash away the mud. During the leveling, Zacian had already learned this trick for Hacklong. At first, he thought it was useless, not expecting it to be used at this moment. Hearing Zacian's order, Hackran's tail danced in the air. Then, waves appeared around him, like a stormy sea. Under Hackran's control, the waves violently poured down like a dam being breached, rushing into the stinking mud. In an instant, the entire battlefield was submerged in a vast ocean. The stench emitted by the stinking mud was also wiped out at this moment. After being attacked by this attack, Zacian's blood volume was reduced by more than half in an instant. The power of the surfing technique is still possible, enough to deserve the name of a secret skill. Although Stinky Mud's level is very high, the gap between it and Hackran is still quite large. Because of the previous ability to pray for rain, the power of Hackran's water-based skills has increased dramatically. Therefore, it is understandable that they cause so much damage to the smelly mud. At this moment, Zacian Poisonous' expression also changed slightly. He did not expect the situation to change like this. The two active attacks not only did not cause any damage to the opponent's Hackran, but on the contrary, most of Smelly Mud's health was consumed. It seems that Kai is really well deserved for his reputation, and he is very good at it. If he is allowed to neutralize the attack again, I'm afraid that Xiao Xiuni will die from consumption. Xioxin Poisonous took a deep breath and faced Skunky Ni and ordered again, Stinky Smelly Ni, fix the body and limit his abilities. I saw Skunky Ni waving his arms, seeming to emit a mysterious power, sealing Hakron's surfing technique. Is it the immobilization technique? The immobilization technique can hinder the opponent's actions and prevent them from using previously used moves. However, although surfing skills are restricted, it is not impossible. His Hakron doesn't just know how to surf. Zaoshan's expression did not change, and he calmly said, Huck Dragon, Dragon's Dive. Not good. Zion Poison heard this, his expression changed drastically. He naturally knew the power of Dragon's Dive. He quickly ordered Xiang Xiaoni, Stinky Xiaoni, make yourself smaller. Hearing the order, Zaoshan's originally huge body began to curl and began to reduce in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like using the bone reduction technique. It's a pity that although Zion Poison reacted very quickly and thought of a solution very quickly, however, Haka Dragon's diving speed was too fast. Xiuxian's body had just been reduced by half, and Hakron had already pounced and bullied him forward. Then, a loud noise came from the battlefield. Hakron's attack accurately hit Stinky Mud. Under this blow, Xiang Xiao's blood volume instantly disappeared. His entire body collapsed to the ground, and he lost his ability to fight. Seeing that Smelly Ni was defeated, Xiandu was also a little helpless. He still underestimated this Hakron. After heaving a sigh, Zion Poison calmed down and continued to release the second Pokémon. It is a level 43 Super Bad Star. Super Bad Stars are water and poison type spirits that can survive in ocean terrain and can be fished. The appearance of the Super Bad Star is like a purple black doll living in a tent with thorns. The doll looks a bit like a cursed doll. If it weren't for two different races, Zaoshan would have thought it was a cursed doll living in a tent with thorns. This time, Xioxin Poisonous was a little more cautious and used dirty tricks first, asking Super Bad Star to spread poisonous water chestnuts around the place. Zaoshan frowned and directly let Hakron launch an attack. Not long after, due to the level difference, Good and Bad Stars fell under Hakron's attack. Hakron also lost some health, but it was still within a very safe range. Xioxin is poisonous. After seeing his second Pokémon fall, he sighed in his heart. It seemed like he might lose this game. His third Pokémon is a level 44 Stinging Jellyfish. The result did not surprise him. Under Hakron's fierce attack, the Stinging Jellyfish was also defeated by Hakron. However, this time, most of Hakron's blood volume was also consumed. To be honest, Xioxin is poisonous. Stinging Jellyfish is quite strong. If it weren't for Zaoshan, I'm afraid that the one who would advance to the quarterfinals would be Xioxin Poisonous. However, who made him meet Zaoshan? Therefore, Xioxin Poison can only be eliminated mercilessly. Ding. Congratulations to player Kai for winning and ranking in the top 8 of the fishing competition. Ding. All of the players' Pokémon have been restored. Ding. Please do not leave the venue. The next opponent will be successfully matched. I saw a series of reminders. Zaoshan stood silently on the field, waiting for the top 8 opponents. Chapter 105, number 1 on the ranking list. That's all. Players watching the live stream expressed their surprise after seeing this battle. Damn, in this case, can the Red God still achieve a 1-3 record? That's amazing. One thing to say is that the Red God is really amazing. He actually managed to win consecutively with a single Hakron. Defeat toxic bosses Stinky Mud, Super Bad Star, and Stinging Jellyfish. Actually, toxic bosses Stinky Mud and Super Bad Star are quite strong. When I fought toxic boss before, I used the same trick. It disgusts me. In that case, the level of the Red God's Haka Dragon is also ridiculously high. What do you think? Just go to the Pokémon ranking list and see for yourself. Got it. Level 54 Hakron. The top 20 on the tier list can be said to be occupied by the Red God. It's really outrageous. How did you achieve the level increase so fast? Magic candies and experience candies. Nature gives them to you when you do quests, and there's a chance you'll drop these enhanced accessories when you fight some bosses. Children give birth to monkeys. Go away, you 65-page PPT. I saw you say you wanted to give birth to monkeys for Boss Gale. It's disgusting. While many players were talking, the remaining top 8, the battle match also began. Soon, the list of the top 8 candidates appeared at the top of the screen outside each Pokemon Center. The number 1 person is clearly Zacian. Promotion list for the top 8 of the fishing conference. First place, Kai 2nd place, Susu steps in 3rd place, Hey 8 never gives up 4th place, the man from One Piece 6th place, Bay and Pio 7th place, Fengling the 8th place in Jinuxio. Shenhuang note, the above rankings are in no particular order, and then the battle will be randomly matched. Here it comes, the top 8 are out. Now is the most exciting moment. I don't know who will enter the top 4. Excited heart, trembling hands, you'll know if you've done it before it's time to place your bets again. The odds are 15 to 1 for the top 4 matches. Damn it, it's you again. I don't believe it. A million Pokémon. I bet one of the rich tycoons, newbie, Big Brother Kai will win. I bet 200,000 and Fengling Jiuxio will win. 300,000, Gale never gives up. 2 million, God Emperor. Zacian stood silently on the battlefield, waiting for the next opponent to appear. Soon after, his opponent appeared on the other side of the battlefield. He is currently the number 1 player on the ranking list. Susu intervenes. Susu intervenes is a female player. At this moment, she saw that her opponent turned out to be the eternal overlord of the Pokémon list, and her expression was also one of surprise. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. No way, why am I so unlucky? I actually met Kai from the ranking list. Susu intervened with a wry smile. After entering the top 8, he naturally saw that Zacian was also on the list. Moreover, he also learned from the Pokémon tier list that Zacian's Haka Dragon had reached level 54. You know, the highest level of his spirit is a level 46 Koga Ninja. There is a difference of 8 levels, and this, Red, seems to have a level 56 Menace competing. Not only that, according to the information he learned, this, Red, also had a Pokémon that did not appear. He couldn't guess what the last Pokémon of the summer was, because there are many water Pokémon on the level ranking list in Zacian. Therefore, many players cannot guess what Zacian's last Pokémon is. The 3 Pokémon participating in Susu intervenes are the level 46 Koga Ninja Frog, the level 43 Devouring Turtle, and the level 44 Water Arrow Turtle. Taken together, their side is still at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, Susu intervened to adjust her mindset, and then her eyes became sharp. In this case, she will have to show her true strength in this game. Although Summer Pokémon is relatively higher level, she will not give up easily. She is proud to be number 1 on the rankings. When we meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. It is not certain who will win. Thinking of this, Susu intervened, came to her senses, and released her first Pokémon, the Devouring Turtle. The Devouring Turtle is a water and rock type Pokémon. It mainly uses physical attack skills, and has very few special attack skills. The Devouring Turtle? Seeing the first Pokémon released by the other party, Zacian smiled lightly, thought for a moment, and then released Menace. Menace, charge, Water Tails. Hearing the order, Menace's body turned around. Suddenly, a stream of water condensed on her tail, and wrapped around the end of Menace's tail. When he was about to approach the violent turtle, Menace waved his thick tail and slapped the violent turtle in front of him hard. Susu intervened, seeing this situation. His expression did not change at all and said, "The Devouring Turtle, hold on." A tactic had emerged in his mind. Since menus chose to use physical attack skills to deal with his Devouring Turtle, let Zacian see how he fought back. Although the Devouring Turtle's level is much lower than Menace, it has learned a fighting type ultimate move. Menace's tail wrapped around the power of the water flow violently struck the Devouring Turtle's body. Huge power came, causing the Devouring Turtle to show a painful expression. Its blood volume dropped a lot under Menace's blow. However, the effect is not very good. but it also reached a quarter. At this moment, Susu intervened, suddenly said, "Devouring turtle, use double repay." Double repay is also one of the most powerful ultimate skills in the fighting system, which can absorb the damage from physical attacks received from the opponent. It returns double to the opponent. Of course, this move also has another name, called return punch. After hearing the order, the devouring turtle's pained expression suddenly disappeared. What followed was a sharp look. The devouring turtle's eyes widened, and it stared at Menace, who was very close. Its body suddenly emitted a light blue light. Then, the devouring turtle began to counterattack. The devouring turtle stretched out its upper limbs, and at an extremely fast speed, before Menace could react, it struck his body hard. After being counterattacked by the devouring turtle, Menace also screamed, showing a look of pain. His blood volume was actually reduced by half under the double return attack. Zacian frowned when he looked at Menu's blood volume. He didn't expect the other party to actually use this skill. Menace, regenerate. As Zacian ordered, Menace shouted, and suddenly a light green light enveloped him. Enveloped by the slight green light, Menace's blood volume, which had been reduced by half, was restored to 2/3. Susu interjects, a little speechless. He forgot that Menace seems to have the ability to restore blood. However, at this moment, Zacian spoke again. Menace, drops of water of life. I saw drops of water emitting light emerging around Menace, and those drops of water fell on Menace's body, restoring his health bit by bit. In less than a moment, Menace's blood volume returned to what it was when he first played. Susu interjects, and he was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. This in this way, combined with the devouring turtle's attack just now, it didn't have the desired effect at all. How to fight against this? Not only is the opponent's level higher, but he also regenerates blood rapidly. If this continues, won't he be consumed to death by the other party? What happened next was exactly what Susu intervened expected. Zacian directly ordered Menace to carry out a crazy attack on the devouring turtle. In close combat, the devouring turtle's blood volume is constantly decreasing, while Menace's blood volume is directly restored to maximum with skill recovery. In this game, Susu intervened, felt that it was really frustrating. The opponent was not afraid to return twice this kind of attack, and even took the initiative to approach him, grab the devouring turtle, and hit him hard. After a fierce fight, the devouring turtle was directly consumed by the opponent. The remaining 2 rounds were almost equal. Although his water arrow turtle has a relatively high defense, it cannot withstand this attrition tactic. It finally fell into Menace's hands. The last Pokémon, Susu intervenes. The level 46 Koga Ninja is also in the same situation. The opponent doesn't fear your attack at all, and will directly fight you blood for blood. Until the last time Koga Ninja fell, Menace still remained on the field with full health. Susu intervenes. He lost the game. With an unconvinced expression on his face, he was teleported off the battlefield. Ding. Congratulations to player Kai for winning this game and successfully advancing to the top 4 of the fishing conference. Ding. All of the players' Pokémon have been restored. And wait for the next opponent to face off. Seeing this news, Zacian also had a smile on his face. He finally entered the semi-finals. At the same time, all the players outside the Pokémon Center who were watching the game were a little sad because Susu intervened and lost the game in this manner. I didn't expect the top boss on the ranking list to be defeated by the Red God like this. There is a saying, the Red God's menace is really disgusting. Even if it hits it, it can't be hit. Zacian loses blood. Don't tell me, besides the Red God, there is also a menace, and it's quite disgusting. Fuck, this is disgusting from now on. I'm afraid that many people will look for meanness. I suddenly found a way to make money. Hey wow, I made the right bet and got my money back. Master Kai, it is indeed yides. Not long after Zacian advanced to the top 4, the other 3 advanced players also appeared. They are Wind Never Gives Up, Fengling Jiu Zero, White Clouds Pio, and Red, which is Summer. Ding. The finals of the fishing conference will be held to determine the final winner of the fishing conference championship. In front of the screen in each Pokémon Center, many players were watching eagerly, with curiosity in their hearts as to who would obtain the final victory. Although the current chat channel is full of support for the overlord of the Pokémon Lestred. However, until the final result is known, no one can conclude that the final winner must be him. After all, the strength of the other 3 players is not much worse. Chapter 106 The Final. The battle for the championship. At this moment, the semi-finals of the fishing conference officially begin. In front of Zacian is a player named Bayan Piro. The name seems a bit feminine, but it is a male player. Bayan Piro is a player who has been in the top 5 players on the leaderboard for a long time. His dominance and adaptability are still very strong. The reason why he was able to advance to the semi-finals this time was because he had a highly skilled Thorn Dragon King, whose level was not bad at all, with a full level of 46. Not only that, his 2 remaining Pokémon levels are not much different. They are the level 45 Tarxosaurus and the level 45 Ichthyosaurgil. These 3 Pokémon are relatively rare existences. Since the start of the fishing competition qualifiers, he found a cliff in the deep sea and squatted for a long time before subduing these 3 Pokémon. The result did not disappoint him. The grades of these 3 Pokémon were very good. Moreover, they all contain dragon attributes. When they were first conquered, the levels of these 3 Pokémon were not high. Later, I relied on acquiring magic candies to increase their levels. Fortunately, this initial investment pays off. At the fishing conference, their 3 Pokémon had a huge advantage. After all, they are all water type Pokémon and their damage is not very effective. However, Pokémon with dragon attributes can deal very strong damage. This is also the reason why Bayan Piro can stand out and enter the top 4. If it had been a normal 6 vs 6 battle, he might have been eliminated. If Bayan Piro, among so many participating players, who is the one who least wants to meet, is undoubtedly Zacian. Judging from the results of previous games, Summer Pokémon has the highest level among all players in the Chinese region. The Pokémon currently appearing are level 54 Hakron and level 56 Menace. The last one remaining is supposed to be the star Pokémon of Summer, but it has never shown its face. This made Bayan Piro particularly fearful. His confidence in this game isn't very high. There's a high chance that he'll lose to Zacian. No, there should be less than a 30% chance of winning. This isn't him letting others' ambition destroy his own prestige. He knew very well that he wasn't Zacian's opponent. Not to mention anything else, just like before, the one who was most likely to enter the semi-finals and the first on the ranking list, Susuhada Hand, was defeated by Zacian. How does this give him confidence? Moreover, just the level 54 Haka Dragon is extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention Menace, who consumes unlimited blood and regenerates blood. Even his opponent had an unknown Pokémon at the bottom of the box that didn't appear. There was a serious lack of information, making him even less confident in defeating Zacian. Bayan Piro, although he's not sure, the game still has to continue. Even if he can't win the championship, he will always have a chance to finish in 2nd and 3rd place. Bayan Piro took a deep breath and released his starter Pokémon, the level 45 Toxic Algae Dragon. Zacian saw that the other party had released the Pokémon, smiled lightly, and released the Hakron. Toxic Algae Dragon, extremely poisonous. Following Bayan Piro's order, the Toxic Algae Dragon took the initiative to launch an attack. I saw that the Poison Algae Dragon opened its mouth and a purple liquid spurted out of its mouth. The poison skill will put the opponent into a poisonous state. As time goes by, the poison damage will increase. In addition, the Toxic Algae Dragon is also carrying a poison orb. The Poison Algae Dragon has now become very poisonous. As long as it touches the Poison Algae Dragon's body, it will fall into a poisoned state. This is the constant tactic of Bayan Piro, which has been very effective in previous games. He relied on this tactic to forcefully consume his opponents to death. Seeing this, Zacian only smiled lightly and ordered Hakron lightly, Mysterious Guardian. The Mysterious Guardian can protect himself from falling into an abnormal state. Hakron shouted and a protective shield of mysterious power suddenly formed around him. The toxic algae dragon's poisonous attack splashed on the protective cover and bounced back. What kind of skill is this? Bayan Pio looked stunned when he saw that the toxic algae dragon's poisonous attack was deflected. The mysterious guard skill, except for a few Pokémons, is a unique skill that can only be learned by Pokémons that have reached level 50 or above. The current masters on the ranking list are only at level 40 or above, not yet level 50. It is understandable that they do not know this skill. In this case, we can only engage in close combat. Toxic algae dragon, shadow clone rushes forward, water tails. I saw that on the battlefield. The toxic algae dragon's figure suddenly became illusory, and then split into 8 phantoms, and rushed towards Hakron. Along the way, the 8 toxic algae dragon phantoms raised their tails wrapped in the power of the water flow, and launched them together towards the Haka dragon. In this regard, Zacian just smiled lightly. Is it better than close combat? Naturally, his Hakron is not that bad either. Hakron, mysterious guardian, then use water tail. The reason why he asked Hakron to use mysterious guard was to prevent him from being affected by the poisonous sting or the characteristics of the Todosaurus poisonous hand. Boom. The two Pokémon collided fiercely. Since the Haka dragon's level was much higher than that of the toxic algae dragon, the toxic algae dragon suffered great damage. Of course, Hakron also suffered a lot of damage. As the fierce collision unfolded, the two Pokémons began a fierce battle. However, due to the mysterious guardian's ability, the toxic algae dragon's poisonous characteristics did not play their due role at all. It soon fell into a disadvantage. Soon after, the poison algae dragon fell onto the field and lost its ability to fight. Seeing the poison algae dragon that had lost its ability to fight, Bayan Pio sighed and took it back. However, although her poison algae dragon was defeated, it also consumed a large part of Hakron's health. Now only a third of it remains. Go, Ichthyosaur. A white light flashed, and a level 45 Ichthyosaur appeared on the field. To be honest, although the Ichthyosaurus has both water and dragon attributes, it is actually restricted by the dragon attribute. The Gilichthyosaur is essentially a pseudosaur, and compared to the Harkerosaurus, it is still inferior. Not only that, the Ichthyosaurus's skill power is not very powerful. From the beginning, this round of battle was basically doomed to failure. Gilichthyosaur, the original power. When Bayan Pio opened his mouth, the Gilichthyosaur took the initiative to launch an attack. Dragon Tail. But Zacian didn't care, letting Haka Dragon approach him and launch an attack with dragon type skills. Boom. Within 5 minutes of the game, Ichthyosaurus was directly defeated by Hakasaurus and quickly fell into a disadvantage. In the end, Ichthyosaurus died in the hands of Hakasaurus. However, Hakron's blood volume also dropped rapidly, reaching a dangerous position. After thinking about it, Zacian decided to take Hakron back and replace him with Menace. When Menace stepped onto the stage, Bayan Pio's expression changed slightly. Taking a deep breath, Bayan Pio also released his star Pokémon, the level 46 Thorning Dragon King. Thorning Dragon King, move at high speed, and then use Dragon Wave. The Thorning Dragon King quickly moved on the field and quickly came to Menace. Then, a purple energy wave condensed from the Thorning Dragon King's body. It turned into shock waves and spread out in all directions. Menace was affected and suddenly showed a pained expression and his blood volume dropped a little. Seeing this situation, Zacian directly ordered Menace, Life Water Drop, use Dragon Tail again. After his blood volume was full, Menace Tail was wrapped in a layer of purple energy, and then he forcefully attacked the Thorning Dragon King. Boom. The Thorny Dragon King was hit by Menace Dragon Tail attack, and his entire body flew backwards, falling to the ground, and rolling several times. The Thorny Dragon King's blood volume also dropped by a third. Bayan Pio frowned. He didn't expect this Menace skill damage to be so high. It seems that this Menace not only has a very high level, but also has a ridiculously high level of skill. Bayan Pio's heart sank, and his face showed a deep solemnity. What to do next? I have to say that this Menace in summer put a great deal of pressure on Bayan Pio. Indeed, as Bayan Pio guessed, Menace skill mastery has basically reached the full level 10. Skill mastery is divided into 10 levels. The higher the mastery level, the higher the skill damage and hit rate. With the blessing of the hundredfold profit system, the skill levels of all the Pokémon in Sunshine were ridiculously high. The outcome of this game is basically determined. With Menace crazy recovery and blood consumption, the Thorn Dragon King's blood volume also rapidly decreased. Soon, the Thorn Dragon King fell to Menace's final blow. Bayan Pio reluctantly put away the Thorn Dragon King and was reluctantly teleported away. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully winning and advancing. Ding. The player's participation spirit has fully recovered. At this message, Zarshine's face, Kamiya, also showed a smile. Now there is only one last match left, this fishing conference, which can be ended. I don't know, who is my next opponent? Is it the president of the Dynasty Guild, Fengate Bujizio, or the president of the Peerless Fenghua Guild, Fengling Jiuxio? Flashed in Zarshine's eyes. When the battle between Zarshan and Bayan Pio ended, many players had such expressions on their faces. Let me tell you, Bayan Pio can't beat the Red God at all. That's right, the Red God's Pokémons are very strong. The Red God got yides. Beautiful, I won again. I envy you. How much did you win? The odds are 120. I won 100 million Pokémon coins. The boss is amazing. He's really the old Versailles. Is 100 million Pokémon coins not enough? While many players were discussing, the Fishing Conference Championship list also came out. Zarshine's next opponent is the incomparably elegant guild president, Fengling Jiuxio. At the same time, the third place has also come out. Bayan Pio was finally defeated at the hands of the Dynasty Guild's president. Gate the Wind Never Give Up. Chapter 107 Dragon Killing Mariah, Meraluli. Ding. Congratulations to the player for winning and successfully advancing. Ding. The player's participation spirit has fully recovered. Ding. Players, please don't leave. The battle for the Fishing Conference Championship is about to be successfully matched. Bayan looked at this message with a pretty face. There was a smile on her face. To be honest, she didn't expect to reach this point. She is Fengling Jiuxio, the president of the Peerless Fenghua Guild, the only guild in the game with all female players. With the 47 level Electric Lamp Monster, the 46 level Hercules Malillary feature, and the 46 level Fist Sea Cucumber, she successfully passed the test and fought her way to the Fishing Championship. Her last opponent was the famous level leader Pokémon Red. She was still a little unsure about defeating this player named Kai. However, she didn't stand a chance. After all, judging from her equipment, her Pokémon level is not an advantage. However, in terms of attribute restriction, she still has a huge advantage. The water-type power-up Lamp Monster can restrain the opponent's menace. Meraluli, the tray of Hercules with fairy attributes, restrains the opponent's Akron. Even if you don't know what the other party's ultimate Pokémon is. However, as long as the first 2 rounds have an advantage, she believed that she could still defeat this famous Kai. Her win rate is probably around 50 to 50. At this moment, several messages suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. It was sent to her by a member of the Peerless Fenghua Guild, telling her that she must obtain this victory and win the championship in the fishing competition. Let these players see that their female players are not just vassals, but are also very capable. Bajan smiled slightly and replied to her messages. Then, I took a deep breath and adjusted my mentality. Without waiting for much time, a message appeared in front of Bajan's eyes. Ding. The Fishing Competition Championship. The match was a success. Then, Bajan's vision dimmed, and when she regained her sight, she had already appeared on another battlefield. Standing in front of her was a player wearing red and white short-sleeved shirts, blue pants, and a red cap. Is this the mysterious Red? Bajan's eyes fell on the player, Red, and he glanced at him a few times. However, the more he looked at her, the more he felt something was wrong. Why does she feel that this player named Kai looks familiar? He looked very much like someone she knew. Really? This game builds a character model based on the player's original appearance, but the clothes can be adjusted. And the red in Subayan's eyes is exactly Zacian. Because of Zacian's outfit, although Subayan felt familiar, she did not recognize that Kai was Zacian, who had a close relationship with her. The two of them already knew each other, and it was normal for Subajan to look familiar. After all, they had been college classmates for 4 years, and were still very good friends. Doesn't it look familiar? Of course, Subajan didn't think too much, and was thinking about tactics. At this moment, Zacian also saw Subajan, but he didn't recognize that his opponent in this match was Subajan. Subajan was wearing a diamond suit at this time, with only half of his cheek exposed. Zacian didn't recognize him at all. The two met on the playing field, but didn't recognize each other, which was a bit embarrassing. Just when Subajan was confused, a reminder appeared in front of her eyes. Ding. Players on both sides, please release the Pokémon. Seeing this message, Subajan pondered for a while, and decided to release the lamp monster first. At the same time, Zacian also released his Pokémon, Menace. Subajan felt happy after seeing Zacian release Menace. Unexpectedly, he got the bet right. The opponent's starter Pokémon is actually Menace. Subajan cheered happily in his heart, and then ordered the Lamp Monster, Electromagnetic Wave. Hearing Subajan's order, the light bulb above the Lamp Monster suddenly lit up. Among them, there were traces of electric sparks flashing, and then they flew towards Menace not far away. The speed of the arc was so fast that Menace was struck before he could react. In an instant, Menace's body fell into a brief state of stiffness. When Zacian saw this situation, he raised his eyebrows. Although Menace fell into a temporary state of paralysis, he was able to break it by using the Mysterious Guard. Under Zacian's order, Menace successfully used the Mysterious Guard and lifted the paralysis. Subajan was not too surprised when he saw this. He also understood that Menace was not that easy to deal with. Lamp Monster, discharge. I saw the large light bulb above the lamp monster's head blooming with a dazzling golden light. In an instant, it spread across the entire battlefield. Since the discharge skill caused area of effect damage, Menace was unable to dodge it, and suffered considerable damage. Outstanding effect. Menace's blood volume was reduced by a third. Zacian frowned, fighting against the electric lamp monster. Menace really has no advantage in attributes. Menace, regenerate. Menace shouted, and a green light enveloped his body. Subsequently, the remaining 2/3 of his health began to increase again, reaching full health. Coil. Focus and use Dragon Tail. Zacian ordered again after seeing that Menace's health had returned to full. After Menace heard Zacian's order, his tall body began to writhe. Within a few breaths, it coiled into a ball like a python. Menace stared at the electric lamp monster with his eyes, then waved his huge, thick tail. Purple energy waves were emitted, and he swung forcefully towards the electric lamp monster. Electric lamp monster, electric light. Hit it. Subajan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to command. Then, the electric lamp monster was enveloped in golden light, and rushed towards Menace. Boom. There was an explosion and the two Pokémons fought fiercely. Menace received the lightning attack and his blood volume immediately dropped by more than half. The lamp monster was hit by Menace's Dragon Tail, and it was not a good experience either. Overall, it is a half-hearted deal. However, Menace has the ability to restore blood. After a wave of attacks, Menu's blood volume not only did not decrease, but the electric lamp monster also consumed a lot of energy. When Subajan saw this situation, his face suddenly darkened. Although I heard before that this Menace is very difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Fortunately, Menace attributes are restricted by the lamp monster. As long as it can cause continuous damage, it should be possible to defeat this Menace. Thinking of this, Subajan already had an idea in mind. Afterwards, Subajan asked the electric lamp monster to launch a personal attack, but this Menace's health recovery ability is too disgusting. Although the damage inflicted by the lamp monster was very effective, it was still offset by Menace's blood recovery. After a long and drawn out battle, Menace's blood recovery abilities were exhausted. In the end, both the lamp monster and the lamp monster lost their ability to fight and fell to the field. Zacian also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect this electric lamp monster, Fenglingjiuxiao, to be so difficult to deal with. All of Menace's blood recovery abilities were completely consumed. As a last resort, Zacian asked Menace to replace the lamp monster. When Subajan saw that both Pokémons had lost their ability to fight, he was relieved. Fortunately, this menace was finally defeated. Then, the two of them released the Pokémons again. When Subajan saw that the second Pokémon of the summer was Hakron, she couldn't help but nod. It was exactly as she guessed. Meriluli? I hope it's not the characteristic of a strong man. Zacian frowned and thought to himself when he saw the original Meriluli of Fenglingjiuxiao in front of him. Meriluli possesses fairy attributes and can be said to be the nemesis of the dragon system. If you add the characteristics of a strong man, you will become a dragon-slaying warrior. The Hercules trait doubles the power of physical attacks. When dragon Pokémons encounter it, they will be destroyed. People in the world call her Marilyn Monroe. However, what Zacian didn't expect was that her intuition was very accurate. Subajan's Meriluli is actually a Pokémon with the characteristics of a strong man. After starting the battle, Zacian directly asked Hacker Dragon to use the water tail to test it. However, Meriluli nimbly dodged Hakron's attack. Instead, they counter-attacked under Subajan's command. It's just a playful skill that directly reduces Hakron's health by 2/3. Is this really the characteristics of a strong man? Seeing this situation, Zacian already understood and was speechless. This round was really unfavorable for Hakron. Hakron is very likely to fall into the hands of the dragon-slaying warrior. Even if Hakron can't win, we still have to consume the opponent. Thinking of this, Zacian's eyes flashed and ordered Hakron to launch an attack. Subsequently, after a fierce battle, Hakron finally fell to Meriluli's brute force attack. Of course, Meriluli didn't fare much better as 2/3 of her health was consumed by Hakron. Zacian let out a sigh. Now both of his Pokémons have lost their fighting ability and only one Wise Frog is left. Whether this game can be won or not depends on Wise Frog. At the same time, many players watching the match also seemed surprised by the result. 666. I didn't expect the situation to end like this. Big Brother Kai was defeated by 2 Pokémon. There is a saying, Big Brother, Fenglingjiuxiao's Meriluli is really strong, and Great God Kai's Hakron. He was defeated like this. The current situation is very unfavorable for the Red God. Hey, is the Red God going to lose? I bet 2 million Pokémon coins. He won. Haha, I didn't expect that. My bet was right. The boss, Fenglingjiuxiao, is about to win. He is beautiful and will make a lot of money. Don't be too happy, Kaidashan's last Pokémon. It hasn't appeared yet. I wonder what the Red God's last Pokémon is? I've never seen the Red God use it before. While many players were arguing, Zacian also released the last Pokémon. Go. Koga Ninja Frog. A white light flashed, and a black Koga Ninja Frog appeared on the battlefield. Black Koga Ninja Frog. Flash Pokémon? When Subajan saw this Koga Ninja Frog, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Many players showed surprised expressions after seeing the Koga Ninja Frog released by Zacian. I didn't expect that Akame's last spirit was actually a Koga Ninja Frog. Damn, this Koga Ninja Frog is actually black. It's so cool. The frog is really beautiful, much more beautiful than the ordinary blue Koga Ninja Frog. I love it. I love it. I want a Koga Ninja Frog too. Many players were shocked and envious. With their rise, the game starts again. Chapter 108. Be handsome and smart. Koga Ninja, magic power. Zacian's eyes flashed, looking at Meriluli, who was not far away and had a low blood volume, and said lightly. After hearing Zacian's order, a burst of blue light suddenly burst out from Koga Ninja's eyes. Then, a huge spiritual power filled the air and swept towards Meriluli like a tide. But, Meriluli was attacked by a supernatural power. Her eyes only blurred, and the entire world in front of her was shocked. She seemed to collapse and fragment. Meriluli's blood volume bottomed out in an instant under Koga Ninja's blow, leaving only a thin trace of blood. Oh, you didn't lose your ability to fight? A surprised expression appeared on Zacian's face. Originally, Meraluli only had 1/3 of her health left. Under such a powerful attack from Koga Ninja, she should have entered a near-death state. Unexpectedly, this Meraluli hasn't fallen yet. Maybe she used the holding skill. Zacian's eyes flickered slightly, and he probably guessed the reason why Meraluli didn't fall down. Just as Zacian guessed, at the last moment, Subagin asked Meraluli to use the holding skill. Seeing Meraluli still standing on the field, Subagin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took Meraluli and replaced it with a sea cucumber fist. The sea cucumber is a black sea cucumber. There are 6 rose red cones evenly arranged on its body. Its eyes are also rose red. Its mouth looks like big white characters, and there is a white object behind it. The characteristics of the sea cucumber fist are basically internal objects flying out, and it also has a characteristic that allows it to attack regardless of the changes in the opponent's abilities, called simplicity. Of course, the most disgusting thing is the characteristic that internal objects fly out. Its effect is that when the opponent is knocked down, it will deal damage equivalent to the opponent's remaining health. When Zacian saw the opponent's third Pokemon appear, he just smiled lightly. Koga Ninja, Flying Water Shuriken. Hearing the order, Koga Ninja leaped into the sky, and then 3 rapidly spinning shurikens condensed in his palms. With the movement of Koga Ninja's frog palm, it shot out and flew towards Fist Sea Cucumber. Sea Cucumber Fist, wait. Facing the sudden burst of shuriken, Subajin's expression did not change at all, and he quickly gave the order. Following Subajin's order, a barrier suddenly appeared all over Fist Sea Cucumber's body, enveloping it inside. Koga Ninja's flying shuriken hit the barrier and bounced off. This blow did not cause any damage to the Sea Cucumber. Zacian raised his eyebrows and continued to order Koga Ninja. Koga Ninja, Shadow Clone rushes forward and uses a surprise attack. Koga Ninja's body flashed and turned into several black shadows. In just a few leaps, the Koga Ninja arrived in front of the Fist Sea Cucumber, then stretched out his arm and slapped it hard before the Fist Sea Cucumber could react. Ginseng and the Koga Ninja's punch. Fist Sea Cucumber suddenly screamed in pain, and his blood volume also decreased by a lot, by a quarter. Double return. However, at this moment, Subajin's voice was heard. After hearing Subajin's order, Kwanhei Cucumber screamed, then jumped up and charged towards the Koga Ninja frog with his entire body. Bang! Koga Ninja was hit by the Sea Cucumber's fist and staggered, almost losing his balance. At this moment, Koga Ninja's blood volume also dropped a lot, by a quarter less. This is because the power of the surprise attack just now was not high. Seeing this situation, Zacian also frowned. However, he then showed a smile and said to Koga Ninja, Bond transformation? Question mark? Subajin in front of him also had a bewildered expression on his face when he heard Zaya's words. Bond transformation? What skill is this? Then, under Subajin's shocked gaze, the Koga Ninja's entire body erupted with a dazzling, colorful light. At this moment, the players witnessing the battle were all shocked to see Koga Ninja's abnormal state. What's going on with that Akame Frog Ninja Koga? What skills does he use? I don't know, I've never seen it before. Could it be that he learned a new skill due to his high level? Then, before everyone's shocked eyes, the light on Koga Ninja's body disappeared. His figure appeared in front of everyone again. What's different from before is that there are red patterns on Koga Ninja's head. The sides of his head have the same hairstyle as Ash in the anime, and he carries a huge water shuriken on his back. The Koga Ninja crossed his arms, his eyes sharp and solemn as he looked at the Sea Cucumber fist, like a ninja who had experienced many battles. How is this possible? When Subajin saw the Koga Ninja's changed form, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. How can the Koga Ninja frog change forms? She is relatively familiar with Koga Ninja and has played against Koga Ninja in previous games. However, she had never seen a Koga Ninja in this form. Just as Subajin was shocked, the other players watching the game also had their mouths wide open and their eyes almost bulging out. Their faces were filled with disbelief and they were obviously extremely shocked by this, the form of the Koga Ninja. Fuck, is this the Koga Ninja? Am I right? Although the previous Koga Ninja looked pretty good, he looked a little boring. The current one looks a little boring. Koga Ninja, holy shit. This guy is so cool. I love it. I love it. I really want to be a Koga Ninja. When I see Red Ogami, what should I do? Why can't the frog ninja Koga from Akano Ogami transform into this? Why can't other ninja frogs do the same? I also have a ninja frog. Why can't it change into this form? Maybe it has learned some skills? Wise Frog's link transformation has caused great waves among players, and many players have focused their attention on Wise Frog. After Zacian saw the Wise Frog complete its link transformation, he calmly said, Koga Ninja, Golden Shuriken, kill him. I saw Koga Ninja's figure leaping into the air, with the huge water shuriken on his backlight. Then, Koga Ninja took off the water shuriken from his back, and threw it with all his strength. The golden shuriken pierced the void, and due to its high-speed rotation, it seemed to be cutting through the air, emitting a sharp, deafening whistling sound. The golden shuriken drew an arc in the air and struck hard towards Fist Sea Cucumber. In the blink of an eye, the golden shuriken appeared in front of Fist Sea Cucumber. Before he could react, the golden shuriken hit the sea cucumber's fist hard. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion sounded. Fist Sea Cucumber's figure was shocked. When Fist Sea Cucumber fell back to the ground, his blood volume had been emptied, and he lost his fighting ability. After the transformation of the Koga Ninja Link, all aspects of attributes have greatly improved, and the ultimate move of the Golden Shuriken has also appeared. Under this blow, the sea cucumber was directly torn to pieces. At this moment, Subeijin was still in shock, and had not yet recovered. He did not expect this Koga Ninja frog to be so powerful. With just one blow, Fist Sea Cucumber, who had 3/4 of his health left, was defeated. How is that possible? Subeijin muttered. Until now, he was still in a state of confusion. After a long time, Subeijin finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, and released the last trace of blood remaining on Meriluli. She understood that she was going to lose this game. With such a Koga Ninja, there was no way she could win. The next battle is easy. Zacian just let Koga Ninja give her a casual blow to clean up the last bit of blood on Meriluli. Ding. Congratulations to player Kai for winning the final victory and winning the championship in the fishing competition. Ding. Player Fengling Jiuxio won the runner-up in the fishing competition. And I won the 3rd place in the fishing competition. Ding. I won 3rd place in the fishing competition. The fishing competition concluded successfully, and all participating players will receive certain rewards. The corresponding rewards will be distributed to players. Players are asked to leave empty slots in their backpacks to avoid failures in the distribution of rewards. After it was over, various announcements also appeared across the server in front of many players. In the eyes of many players who were shocked and surprised, Zacian won the championship of the fishing conference. After the battle was completed, Zacian was also teleported out of the battle center. When Subeijin was teleported away, she looked at Zacian again. She always felt that Zacian looked very familiar, as if he was someone she knew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. I can't even hold the magical sweets. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the permanent golden title, Fishing Master. There is a 0.0005% chance of catching the legendary Pokémon in the water. 100 times both blessing. The permanent golden title, Fishing Master, is upgraded to Fishing Master. There is a 0.05% chance of catching the legendary Pokémons in the water. Ding. Congratulations to the player for winning the Fishing Conference Championship reward, a powerful fishing rod. With 100 times buff, the powerful fishing rod has been upgraded to a super fishing rod. Ding. Congratulations to the player for winning the Fishing Conference Championship reward, Magic Candies X100. With 100 times buff, the amount of magic candies obtained is 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the player for winning the Fishing Conference Championship reward. The special accessory, Heart Drop. It is the soul crystal of the legendary Pokémon, Latios or Latios. Carrying the Heart Drop has a 0.0005% chance of encountering the legendary Pokémon. 100 times the benefits. Obtain the Super Heart Drop and have a 0.05% chance of encountering the legendary Latios or Latios. Ding. Congratulations to the player for gaining 5000 character experience points. 100 times the benefits. You will gain 500,000 character experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for gaining 5000 reputation points. 100 times the benefits. Gaining 500,000 reputation points. As Zacian teleported out of the battle center and returned to the base, a series of prompts suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing these prompts, Zacian felt extremely satisfied. I really made a lot of money this time. When the rewards from the fishing conference came, his character level was directly upgraded to level 65, and his reputation has reached a terrifying value. The higher the reputation value, the more special tasks and plots can be triggered. The golden title, Fishing Master, and the special accessory, Super Heart Drop, have a certain chance of encountering the legendary Pokémons. In other words, he has a chance to conquer the divine beast. Thinking of this, Zacian felt very relaxed. However, what gave him a headache was that due to the limitations of the backpack, the 100 sets of magic candies did not fit at all and fell on the ground. Zacian entered the wooden house and emptied all the items and accessories in his backpack. He walked back and forth twice before clearing all the magic candies off the ground. With these magic candies, you will no longer need to waste time upgrading your Pokémons when you breed them in the future. After thinking about it, Zacian took out some magic candies and used them on the Pokémon he was carrying. Suddenly, a series of prompts came, and all the Pokémon in Zacian's team rose to level 65. Zacian even raised the levels of several Pokémon stored in the PC to level 65. If we go by the level ranking in the Pokémon game, Zacian's current Pokémon level may have reached the level of the 4 Kings of the Alliance. Moreover, in the game, the highest level of mythical beast is level 70. The current level of the summer Pokémon is already enough for a duel with the divine beast. After doing this, summer came to the orchard. At this time, all the fruit trees were bearing fruit, and it was time to harvest. Then, Zacian came to the breeding pasture and placed Hakron, Menace, and several Pokémon in the PC into the grass bucket to breed. Now in Zacian's team, there are still Pikachu, Charizard, Biting Landshark, and Intelligent Frog. Next, Zacian plans to hatch all the Pokémon eggs in the PC center. Later, Zacian only left Charizard in the team, and then put Pikachu, Intelligent Frog, and Biting Landshark into the PC. After that, he puts the Fiery Arrow Eagle, Larolith Egg, Magikarp Egg, Yukara Egg, and Baby Dragon Egg into the team, and prepare to run away. Although, in fact, there are some special egg running devices that can eliminate the process of egg running. For example, water flow egg running machine, conveyor belt egg running machine, etc. However, using these methods is still not realistic in this game. After all, it is a VR game. If you spin in circles at high speed for a long time, you will definitely faint. Instead of doing this, it is better to run away. Not only can you explore the map, but you can also search for highly rated Pokémons in the wild, special plots, special NPCs, etc. Next, Zacian plans to go to the ice field to see if he can find the frozen bird altar. He still has 2 pure energy beads in his hand. Zacian took out the teleport menu, spent 500 Pokémon coins, found a novice village in the ice field, and teleported there. Arriving at the novice village in the ice field, Zacian walked towards the outside of the novice village. Along the way, many players had surprised expressions on their faces when they saw Zacian. Damn, it's the Red God. What's going on? The Red God actually came to the ice field. Hello, the Red God. Many players greeted Zacian, and Zacian nodded in response. Since the end of the fishing conference, Zacian's reputation has basically spread, especially his iconic outfit. If you encounter a player wearing red and white short sleeves, a red hat, and blue pants, he must be the overlord of the Pokémon tier list red. Of course, there are also some new players who have just entered the game and are confused when they see that the players around them are so enthusiastic about Zarshan. What's going on? Why is everyone so respectful to the player wearing the red hat? So, the new players asked the old players beside them with doubts on their faces, who is that person? The old players looked at the new players and seemed to understand the doubts in the new players' hearts. Then he explained with a smile. He is the number 1 player in the national server, the long-term overlord of the Pokémon tier list, and the champion of the fishing competition. Even the great gods on the ranking list are overwhelmed. We ordinary players can't. The existence of reaching. After hearing this, the new players' eyes immediately widened, with shocked expressions on their faces. Damn it. Number 1 in the national server? After Zarshan left the crowd, he randomly chose a direction and walked towards the depths of the ice field. However, shortly after leaving, Zarshan suddenly felt that he seemed a little stupid. I have a fire-breathing dragon with me, why not use it to fly? Moreover, you can also flee while flying. Thinking of this, Zarshan quickly released the fire-breathing dragon. There was a flash of white light, and as soon as the fire-breathing dragon appeared, it spewed out a jet of flames towards the sky. Seeing this scene, Zarshan also shook his head and laughed. Then, Zarshan sat on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, soared into the air, and flew towards the snow-capped mountains in the distance. The terrain of the ice sheet is divided into 5 types. One is the plains, and the second is the snow-capped mountains. Then comes the frozen ocean and the cold sandy beaches. Finally, there is the rarest ice thorn forest. The terrain where Zarshan is now is an ice field. The entire area was extremely vast. Zarshan sat on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and flew for a long time before arriving at the snow-capped mountain in the distance. The Pokémon spawned in the frozen terrain are basically ice type. Tundra Bear, Sneeze Bear, Mini Ice, Ice Duoduo, Hairy Pig, Ice Baby, etc. Of course, there are also Pokémon with other attributes, such as electric Pokémon like the Bold Sheep, Hairy Sheep, and Little Magnet. Zarshan walked through the snow-capped mountains and saw many ice and magnet Pokémon, but he had no intention of conquering them. Then he sat back down on the fire-breathing dragon's back and flew off into the distance. Chapter 110 City Under the Snowy Mountains, Old Fuji. In the summer, we flew for a long time over the vast snowy fields, covered in white snow and plated with silver. It was as if there was only one color left in the entire world. He doesn't even know where he is flying now. He only knows that he has been flying north on the map. As he flew, the 4 Pokémon eggs he was carrying hatched. Kira, Larulus, Magikarp, Baby Dragon. Overall, his grades are pretty good and even the worst ones reach top level grades. Later, Zarshan put the 4 newly hatched Pokémon into the PC and took out 4 remaining Pokémon eggs from the PC. After doing this, Zarshan once again sat on the fire-breathing dragon's back and soared into the air. I don't know how much time passed, but snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. His vision suddenly became blurry. Zarshan, who was flying in the air, frowned slightly when he saw this kind of weather. After continuing to fly for a while despite the heavy snowfall, Zarshan finally found a town on this vast ice field. Seeing that town, Zarshan's face also showed a hint of joy, and then he ordered the fire-breathing dragon to land. This town is situated at the foot of a snowy mountain and the houses are all made of ice. However, the Pokémon Center and the shops have not changed at all. The roofs are still red and blue, which are extremely eye-catching. It is thanks to these 2 buildings that this town can be found on this snowy ice field in summer. This town is not big. It has 2 main streets and a population of about a dozen. When Zarshan's figure first appeared in the town, the residents of the town looked at Zarshan in shock, with a hint of disbelief on their faces. Because for a long time no outsiders have come to their town. At this moment, a stranger suddenly arrived, which naturally surprised them. At this moment, the middle-aged uncle walked up to Zarshan and asked, "Young man, who are you? Why do you appear here?" Seeing this middle-aged uncle, Zarshan showed a smile on his face and said, "Good uncle, I'm a Pokemon trainer from the distant eastern land of the Tang dynasty, and I'm currently on a training trip as a trainer." Zarshan said with a serious expression on his face. Hearing this, the middle-aged uncle also showed a trace of confusion on his face. Eastern Tang Dynasty? What is this place? Just as the middle-aged uncle looked confused, Zarshan asked again, "Uncle, have you ever seen a place similar to an altar in the snowfield?" The middle-aged uncle did not care about Zarshan's words at this moment. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't know about it. I have lived here for more than 40 years and have never seen the altar you mentioned. The mountains are blocked by heavy snow. It's not easy to come here. I think you're lost. Why don't you come to my house first?" Zarshan thanked the middle-aged uncle and followed him. Uncle Nyan is going to his house. The middle-aged uncle's house is at a story igloo next to the Pokémon Center. Arriving at the middle-aged uncle's house, the middle-aged uncle made a cup of tea for Zarshan. "Come, have a cup of tea to warm your body." The middle-aged uncle handed the hot tea to Zarshan. Zarshan nodded, took the hot tea from the middle-aged uncle's hand, and took a sip. Ding. 100 times the benefits. Get plus 10,000 character experience points. The sudden message also made Zarshan stunned for a moment. This cup of tea. It actually has such an effect? Exclamation mark. Seeing the expression on Zarshan's face, the middle-aged uncle also smiled and said, "How is it? My tea is good, isn't it? Do you feel better after drinking it?" Zarshan sighed as he sipped his tea. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a photo hanging on the wall. That photo caught Zarshan's attention. I saw an old man standing in the photo, looking very energetic. Of course, it wasn't this old man who caught Zarshan's attention, but the Pokémon beside him. The Pokémon beside the old man, Freeze Bird, is a large-sized bird Pokémon. It has beautiful blue feathers, a crown composed of 3 dark blue prismatic feathers on its head, red eyes, and a long colorful flag-shaped tail. This Pokémon is none other than Zarshan's target this time. The legendary Pokémon, the Freeze Bird. Zarshan stood up, walked over to the photo, looked at it carefully, and asked, "Uncle, who is the old man in this photo?" The middle-aged uncle looked at it, and said with a smile, "Oh, that photo. He's my father, old Fuji." Zarshan nodded and continued to ask, "Uncle, what kind of Pokémon is this Pokémon beside your father? How come you've never seen it before?" "A legendary Pokémon? Frozen Bird, the patron saint of the snowy mountains," the middle-aged uncle said. A light flashed in Zarshan's eyes. Unexpectedly, he found clues about the frozen bird here. So, he continued to ask, "Uncle, this Pokémon is very beautiful. I wonder if I can see it?" Hearing what Zarshan said, the middle-aged uncle shook his head and said, "I don't know where it is." The frozen birdies. This photo was taken by my father 20 years ago. As he spoke, a hint of recollection appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "Back then, I was a trainer with a dream. I wanted to leave this snow-covered mountain and go to the outside world. Unfortunately, in this area, there is a lot of snow all year round. If there are no experienced people to guide me, it won't be possible at all. I can't get out. I would even get lost and eventually freeze to death in this great snowy mountain. At that time, I secretly left the town where I grew up. But, while crossing the snowy mountains, I got lost. I thought I was going to die in the snowstorm. Unexpectedly, my father appeared. Not only that, but he was by my side and an extremely beautiful blue Pokémon appeared. Finally, with the help of the frozen bird, my father and I left the snowy mountain and returned. Since then, I have never seen this frozen bird again." After hearing this story, Zarshan's face showed a trace of disappointment. "Is this thread broken just like that?" The middle-aged uncle seemed to see the disappointment on Zarshan's face, and said with a smile, "However, you don't have to be disappointed. Maybe my father knows where the frozen bird is." Zarshan's face suddenly showed a hint of joy and asked, "Uncle, where is your father now?" The middle-aged uncle sighed and said, "My father used to be a Pokémon ranger. After he retired, he has been living in the snowy mountains behind the city all year round. But he left me a map. If you follow the map, you should be able to find my father." After that, the middle-aged uncle walked into the bedroom and searched for her. In the meantime, he then took out a map and handed it to Zarshan. "Young man, We hand this map to you. Thank you, uncle. Zarshan nodded and took the map that the middle-aged uncle handed over. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special accessory, Old Fuge's map, with 100 times the benefit. Old Fuge's map has been upgraded to the Old Fuge guide map. I saw that the original map had turned into a portable terminal similar to a holographic map. On the map, there is a small green and red dot. The red dot represents where Zarshan is now. The green dot represents Old Fuge's position. However, Old Fuge's current position is slowly changing. Moreover, he is still far away from this village. Seeing this holographic map, Zarshan also showed a smile. Whether he can find the frozen bird depends on Old Man Fuge. Then, Zarshan said goodbye to the middle-aged uncle, released the fire-breathing dragon, and flew in the direction of Old Man Fuge. Chapter 111. I'm sorry, you may never come back. In a certain area of the vast snowy mountains, several young men in black uniforms with a large dark red R tattooed on their chests were chasing after an old man in a grey leather jacket. This old man dressed in grey leather clothes is none other than the person Zarshan is looking for, Old Fuge. However, Old Fuge's situation seemed a little bad at the moment. He didn't know where a group of people appeared from, found his residence, and wanted to obtain information about Frozen Bird from him. Old Fuge has lived for so long, so he is naturally a thoughtful person, not to mention that he was once a ranger. From the words and deeds of these men in black, we know that these people are not good people and are probably evil trainers. What happened next was exactly what Mr. Fuge expected. Seeing that Old Fuge was unwilling to reveal the information about the frozen bird, these men in black stopped him and took away the wind-fast Pokémon dog. However, fortunately, Old Fuge was clever and escaped when the men in black were not paying attention, and he also retrieved the wind speed dog. But the bad thing was that when he was escaping, he was discovered by this group of men in black. Thus, the scene that just occurred. A young man who took the lead saw Old Fuge sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, rushing towards the depths of the distant snowy mountains at an extremely fast speed. His face suddenly turned unhappy, and he bitterly cursed the remaining men who had their heads down. What are you doing for food? You can't even look down on an old man. Really too cunning. He broke free while I wasn't paying attention, knocked me unconscious, and took back his Pokémon. A young man dressed in black lowered his head, not daring to look at the young protagonist, and muttered, HMPH. When the young man in the lead heard this, he coldly snorted and said with cold eyes, after this operation is over, you can go back and be punished. This operation is very important. If anything happens, the mistake has disrupted Boss Sakaki's plan, and we will all be miserable. Hearing the young leader's words, the other boys who had their heads down all trembled, with a look of horror in their eyes. Boss Sakaki. This is the founder of their organization. Their organization has penetrated almost the entire world, and almost every big city has a branch of their organization. Boss Sakaki, who can create such a large organization, is naturally not a kind-hearted person. Boss Sakaki's reputation has spread within the organization, and all the members fear him. That's why they show such expressions. At this moment, the young leader saw the missing figure of the escaped Elder Fuge. He looked at the young men and said coldly, why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and chase after him? Yes, yes. Many young men suddenly woke up from a dream, reacted, quickly got on their ski motorcycles, and chased after Old Man Fuge in the direction where he was escaping. Seeing this situation, the young protagonist's eyes became increasingly colder. Do you think you can escape like this? With a flash of white light, a purple bat Pokémon with 4 pairs of wings appeared in front of the young man. Chased bat, chase me. Hearing the young man's order, Crossed Bat nodded, then flew into the air and chased in the direction of everyone. Old Man Fuge was relieved when he saw that he had gotten rid of the group of men in black. To be honest, he was relatively lucky to be able to escape. He knew that these people must have bad intentions. When they asked about the frozen bird, he wouldn't tell them the information about the frozen bird. Old Fuge let Wind Speed Dog drive through the snowy mountains several times. When he saw that they didn't catch up with him, he felt relieved. The vigilance on his face also disappeared a little. Who are these people? Old Fuji secretly thought as he sat on the wind speed dog. He has lived in the snow for nearly 50 years. Although he has some information about the outside world, it is relatively limited. However, he still knew most of the information. After all, the existence of the Pokémon Center and Pokémon Store is to connect cities in remote areas. Residents of the city can learn about the outside world through the Pokémon Center and Pokémon Shop. Old Fuji thought for a moment, but he still had no idea. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. However, at this moment, suddenly the roar of an engine was heard in the distance. I saw a wave of snow emerging from the snow not far away. In the center of the wave of snow was a man dressed in black riding a ski motorcycle. Not good. When old Fuji saw the group of men in black, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect this group of people to catch up with him so quickly. Wind speed dog, run faster. Old Fuji quickly shouted at the wind speed dog below him. Hearing what old Fuji said, the wind speed dog barked, moved its powerful limbs, and with a few jumps, it accelerated and ran towards the distance. Although the wind speed dog was very fast, it was still chased by the group of men in black riding ski motorcycles. Old man, don't waste your energy. You can't run away. When the young man in the lead saw old Fuji who was still running away, he shouted with a sneer on his face. Old Fuji glanced at the man in black, ignored the words of the young leader, and continued to speed up the wind speed dog. It's a pity that he still couldn't get rid of the man in black's tracking. HMPH. If you don't eat the toast, you'll be punished with a drink. Seeing this, the young man in the lead snorted coldly. Crossed bat. Air blade. Kill that old man. The crossed bat flying in the air heard the order and flapped its forewings. Immediately, two air blades erupted from the crossed bat's wings. It shot out and bombarded the wind speed dog that was rushing towards the ground. The air blade drew an arc in the air, causing sharp whistling sounds to break through the air as it rubbed against the air. Hearing the sharp whistling sound coming from behind, Old Man Fuji's expression also changed severely. Wind speed dog, get out of the way. Wind speed dog heard the order, his ears twitched, and he felt the sound of breaking through the air behind him. He jumped to the ground a few times. He narrowly avoided the crossed bat's air blade. However, at this moment, two more attacks came through the air. It was the remaining men in black who provoked their Pokémons to attack. The wind speed dog was very fast and avoided most of the attacks, but it was still hit by some attacks and its speed suddenly dropped. Suddenly, a sharp blade of air hit wind speed dog's leg, causing wind speed dog to stumble and fall to the ground. As for Old Man Fuji, his body was thrown due to the dog's fall with the speed of the wind and rolled twice on the snow. Old Man Fuji was just about to get up when a foot heavily stomped on his chest, causing him to suffer a sharp pain. And this man is the young man leading this group of men in black. Old Man Fuji's face suddenly turned pale after being stomped so hard, and he looked at the young man who took the lead in horror. Old man, run. Why don't you keep running? The young leader looked at Old Man Fuji with a sneer, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ahem. Old Man Fuji coughed, half raised his body with difficulty, and said calmly, I won't tell you the information about the frozen bird. The young leader snorted coldly. There was a hint of coldness on his face and a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Old man, are you tired of living? In that case, I will send you on your way. As he said that, the young leader took out a sharp long knife from his waist and was about to attack Old Man Fuji. Seeing the sharp sword approaching him, Old Man Fuji closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A blazing flame penetrated the heaven and earth, shooting down from high in the sky. The flame was so hot that the temperature in the area rose a few points out of thin air. The snow on the ground melted into water vapor under the heat of this flame. The face of the young man who took the lead changed, and he quickly stopped slashing and stepped aside. Standing up from the snow in embarrassment, the young protagonist looked solemnly at the sky, with a hint of anger in his voice. Who is it? The other men in black raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw an orange figure gliding in the air. It was a fire-breathing dragon. Standing on top of the fire-breathing dragon was a young man wearing a red and white shirt, blue trousers, and a red peaked cap. This figure is naturally Zacian. He followed the map given to him by the middle-aged uncle in the small village under the snowy mountains and followed it all the way. He saw the coordinates of Old Fuji moving quickly. In order to prevent the distance from getting further and further away, he asked the fire-breathing dragon to speed up. When he arrived, he saw the previous scene. This group of men in black wants to take action against Old Fuji. Of course, seeing the costumes of this group of men in black, Zarshan also had a surprised expression on his face. Because the clothes these men in black were wearing were the signature clothes of an organization he had seen in the anime or Pokémon games in his previous life. Team Rocket. These men in black are wearing the iconic outfits of the Rockets. The big dark red letter R on their clothes was unmistakable to Zarshan. Moreover, a reminder also appeared in front of Zarshan's eyes. Ding. The player triggers a special plot, Old Fuji's Crisis. A flash of light flashed in Zarshan's eyes, and then he let the fire-breathing dragon land. The fire-breathing dragon landed on the snow, and Zarshan jumped down from its back. He looked at the group of people dressed in black in front of him, and asked in surprise, "People from Team Rocket? Boss Sakaki?" Zarshan. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people in black changed slightly. Even the young man who took the lead changed his expression and was horrified. What is going on? How did this young man know the name of their organization? Although their organizations are spread all over the world, they are only famous in certain big cities. In such a remote area, no one knows them at all. It can be said that their organization is hidden in a place that ordinary people don't know about. And the young man in front of him not only said the name of their organization, but also the name of their boss. You know, except that the top leaders of the league know the name of their boss Sakaki. The rest of the people didn't know the identity of Team Rocket's boss at all. Moreover, their boss Sakaki also pays great attention to the confidentiality of his identity. Ordinary people can't know anything about their rockets. How come this doesn't surprise them? Zarshan was very surprised when he saw the faces of many people in black. Could it be that there really is Team Rocket in this game? Boy, who are you? How do you know about our rockets? The young man who took the lead looked at Zarshan with a solemn expression, feeling shocked and uncertain in his heart. He didn't know why this young man knew the name of his rockets team. Could it be that there is a spy within the organization? Information about their organization leaked? Or is their organization already exposed? How on earth could this happen? Zarshan simply smiled and said lightly, "Who doesn't know the name of Team Rocket? Not only do I know that your boss is Sakaki, but I also know that you have 4 Cardas with the strength of a king level trainer. Apollo and Athena, Lance, Lambda. I don't know if I'm right." After saying that, Zarshan's eyes showed a hint of joking, and he looked at the man in black in front of him. Hearing these words, the young man who took the lead suddenly had a huge expression on his face and his heart seemed to be filled with huge waves. How is that possible? How could he know so much about the higher-ups of the organization? This is impossible. Generally speaking, the names of the Rocket's top executives are confidential information. It was impossible for it to spread out, which made the young men who took the lead unable to understand why Zarshan was so clear about the information of their rockets. The young man who took the lead took a deep breath and looked at Zarshan with a strong killing intent. Since this kid knows the information about their rockets very well, then the only way is to kill him. Then, he winked at the rest of Team Rocket beside him. Those Team Rocket members nodded, dispersed, and surrounded Zarshan. The young man who took the lead said coldly, "Kit, tell me, how do you know this?" Zarshan smiled and said lightly, "That's how you know." The leading young man snorted coldly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Do it." I saw the Team Rocket members surrounding Zarshan, throwing out balls of Pokémon one after another. Bursts of white light flashed, and Pokémon commonly used by Team Rocket members, such as Big Mouth Bat, Supersonic Bat, Stinky Mud, Arbor Snake, Arbor Monster, etc., appeared in the snow. Seeing this situation, Zarshan's expression did not change at all. He simply ordered Charizard, Hot Wind, kill them. The highest level was only 3. At more than 10 levels, it is no match for the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon simply flapped its wings, and the hot air condensed and turned into a strong wind that swept towards the Pokémon. Under the attack of the fire-breathing dragon's hot wind, the blood volume of those Pokémon was instantly emptied, and they fell to the ground one after another, losing their ability to fight. No one can hit it. How is this possible? When the young protagonist saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of his head, his face filled with disbelief. His Pokémons were instantly killed by the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this, Zacian simply smiled lightly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really strong. You idiots are no match for me at all. Maybe you'll never come back." Tomorrow, I'll update a big chapter of 4,000 words today, and then slowly pick it up after the exam. Chapter 112 The Frozen Bird Altar. HMPH. What a shameless statement. The young man who took the lead snorted, and threw out another Pokémon ball. A level 43 double gas bomb appeared in the snow. Double gas bomb, sludge bomb. He then ordered the cross-shaped bat beside him. Cross-shaped bat, cross poison blade. Spread. The cross-shaped bat flapped its wings and two purple-black energy fluctuations shot towards the fire-breathing dragon. Although the strength Zacian displayed just now was very strong, he defeated his men with a single move. However, the strength of the young leader is not bad, and the main force he leads are all level 43 Pokémons. Speaking of which, their strength is quite good among the Rockets. Even if it is not as good as that of the Uppercarders, it is not much worse than that of the elite trainers. Therefore, the young men who take the lead are relatively confident in their own strength. Although he was very afraid of Zacian, he believed that with the combined efforts of his two Pokémon, defeating this fire-breathing dragon would not be an easy task. However, the next result was a little unexpected for him. When Zacian saw the young leader release another Pokémon to fight, his expression did not change at all. He only smiled coldly. This really matches the villain's style. Zacian's eyes flickered slightly, and then he released the fierce arrow eagle. Since the opponent wants group tactics, he naturally won't let the young man succeed. Why waste time on things that can be solved with a single move? Later, under the joint efforts of the fierce arrow eagle and the fire-breathing dragon, the young protagonist's double gas bomb and cross-shaped bat fell into the snow, losing their ability to fight. How is this possible? Looking at the double gas bomb and the cross-shaped bats that fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight, the young protagonist's face was full of disbelief and his eyes almost popped out. Your strength is nothing more than this. Zacian smiled lightly, crossed his hands over his chest, and looked at the young protagonist indifferently. Hearing this, the young man in the lead turned pale, with a gloomy look in his eyes. At this moment, he had realized that the boy in front of him was simply not something he could deal with. Judging from the battle just now, I'm afraid that this boy's strength is already comparable to that of the senior carders. Only the strength of the higher level carders can defeat his Pokémon so easily. Thinking of this, the young protagonist's heart suddenly felt heavy. This mission seems to be a failure. Boy, wait for me. Our Rockets won't let you go. The young leader looked at Zacian and said in a cold tone. In his heart, he already hated Zacian. In this regard, Zacian merely smiled faintly and did not take the young protagonist's threatening words to heart. Charizard, Arrow Eagle, kill them. Charizard and Arrow Eagle heard the order and were about to attack. At this moment, the young protagonist suddenly took out two black balls and threw them towards the snow. Suddenly, a thick plume of smoke filled the air and covered a large area in an instant. Zacian was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect that the Team Rocket NPC actually had such a backup plan. When the smoke cleared, the Team Rocket members were already on their ski bikes and roaring away into the distance. At the same time, the young man who took the lead turned around and glared at Zacian as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. It was this kid who interfered and made this mission happen like this. The young protagonist had already thought that, if the mission failed, he would be severely punished if he returned to the organization. That scene made his heart tremble, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. After those Team Rocket members escaped, Zacian walked up to Old Man Fuji and helped him up from the ground. Zacian looked at the wounds on Old Man Fuji's body and asked in relation, "Old man, are you okay?" Old Man Fuji coughed twice, shook his head, and said, "Okay, young man, thank you for saving me." Zacian laughed and smiled, and said, "You're welcome." At this moment, the wind speed dog on the side also walked up and barked at Zarshan, as if to thank him for saving Old Man Fuji. Zarshan smiled and touched the wind speed dog's head. After Old Man Fuji took care of its wounds, Zarshan asked, "By the way, old man, why are the rockets attacking you?" After hearing this, Old Man Fuji also shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I know some secrets. Those people wanted to get this secret from me, so they found me. I know that they are not good people. I didn't tell them this secret, so they wanted to attack me. Is that so?" Hearing this, Zarshan nodded. However, Zarshan still has some doubts. Why do people from the rockets appear here? It seems that there is nothing worth exploring for Team Rocket in the frozen terrain, right? The ones that can be seen in this icefield terrain are Aegis, Ice God Pillar, Kyurem, and Frozen Bird. Could it be that these people from the rockets are looking for Old Fuji because they are here for the Frozen Bird? Suddenly, this idea emerged in Zarshan's mind. Then, Zarshan looked at Old Fuji and asked, "Old man, are they looking for you for the Frozen Bird?" Hearing this, Old Fuji's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Zarshan suspiciously. "How did you know?" Zarshan saw that Old Fuji was on guard against him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old man, I learned from your son that you knew about the Frozen Bird. Also, before it's not difficult for them. They really want to know about Frozen Bird from me. Old man, I'm also here to look for information about Frozen Bird. I wonder if you can tell me, Frozen Bird, where is it?" Old Fuji looked at Zarshan, sighed and said, "To be honest, I don't know where the Frozen Bird is. Ever since I saw it 20 years ago, in so many years, I have never seen it." Old man. After a pause, Old Fuji continued, "However, I know where its residence is." Hearing this, a light flashed in Zarshan's eyes and said, "Old man, freeze. There is a building like an altar in the bird residence." When Old Fuji heard Zarshan's words, he looked surprised and said, "How did you know?" Zarshan smiled and took the pure beads into his backpack. He walked out and said, "I think this bead should be related to the Frozen Bird, right?" After seeing the pure bead that Zarshan took out, Old Fuji looked at it carefully and then showed a surprised expression on his face. "This is the sacred item of the 3 sacred birds." Old Fuji excitedly took Zarshan's hand and asked, "How did you get this bead?" Zarshan said. Old Fuji was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, let me tell you. The Frozen Bird residence is in a valley deep in the snowy mountains. The location is extremely hidden. I have lived here for most of my life, and I'm afraid I can't find that place. I have a map here that might be useful to you, so I'll give it to you as a thank you gift for saving me." After that, Fuji, the old man, took out a parchment map from the inner pocket of his leather coat and handed it to Zarshan. Ding. Congratulations to the player for completing the special story, Old Fuji's Crisis, and obtaining the special item, Frozen Bird Altar Map. With 100 times the benefit, Frozen Bird Altar Map has been upgraded to 3 Sacred Bird Altar Map. With this map, you can discover the altar of the 3 sacred birds within a certain range. When Zarshan saw the function of the 3 Sacred Bird Altar Map, he also felt very happy. In this case, as long as you use this map to search, you might be able to find the altars of Flame Bird and Lightning Bird in Pingding Mountain and Alloy Grassland. Thinking of this, Zarshan couldn't wait to go to the Frozen Bird altar. After all, this is the location information of the first divine beast in the server. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Then, Zarshan said goodbye to Old Fuji, sat on the fire-breathing dragon, and flew towards the altar of the Frozen Bird. Chapter 113 Encounter with a Legendary Pokémon. Zarshan followed the mark on the 3 Sacred Bird altar map and quickly moved towards the coordinates of the Frozen Bird altar. When Zarshan arrived at the location of the Frozen Bird altar, it was already dusk. This is a valley and river terrain, and the entire river is frozen over due to the weather. Above the ice of the river stood a tall and spectacular building. The huge stone is suspended in the air, with mysterious runes engraved on it. The base is made of ice and it also matches some stones. In the center of the building is a bronze-colored oval object with its wings spread out. In the middle of the object is a hole, and that is where the pure beads are placed. The frozen bird altar exudes a faint light under the setting sun, and coupled with the mysterious runes, it seems like you have truly arrived at a land of gods. Looking at the frozen bird altar in front of him, Zarshan also showed a smile on his face. Finally found it. Then, he let the fire-breathing dragon land. Standing in front of the frozen bird altar, Zarshan looked at this tall building, and was still a little surprised. In this game, the frozen bird altar was extremely realistic, and he could feel a solemn atmosphere permeating it. Taking a deep breath, Zarshan walked up the steps of the altar, and came to the oval object with its wings spread out. Then, he took out the pure beads filled with energy from his backpack, and placed them into the hole of the oval object. When the pure beads were placed, the oval-shaped object suddenly bloomed with a dazzling blue light. It then turned into a pillar of light, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the sky. The entire sky seemed to lose its color under the illumination of this pillar of blue light. At this moment, in the pillar of blue light, a shout suddenly sounded, echoing across the sky. Then, a heavy snow began to fall in the sky. Ding. Server-wide announcement, a legendary Pokémon has appeared in the snowy terrain. At this moment, an announcement appeared across the server in front of all the players. Seeing this message, all the players were stunned. The entire chat channel stopped at this moment. All the players were confused. The legendary Pokémon? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. After a few seconds of silence, there seemed to be a huge uproar in the chat channel. Everyone talking about this announcement across the server. What the heck? What's going on? The legendary Pokémon? Wow, a legendary Pokémon appeared? Who's so lucky? Pokémons. It has at least 3 gold ratings. It's simply the best among the best. I wonder what this legendary Pokémon is? What the heck? Big hair. Go to the snowy field and see if you can find it. Oh, you don't need to go. You might have already been caught by the time you arrive. It's impossible. During the discussion, many players had already teleported towards the ice field terrain. I hope to meet that legendary Pokémon. At the same time, in the frozen bird altar area, where Zarshan is located, a large bat with beautiful blue feathers that seemed to be made of ice, a crown composed of 3 prismatic blue feathers on its head, and a colorful flag-shaped tail appeared in front of Zarshan. This Pokémon is none other than the legendary Pokémon Frozen Bird, one of the 3 sacred birds. The frozen bird hovered in the air, looking down at the humans below with piercing eyes. Zarshan looked at the frozen bird in the air, a surprised expression on his face. To be honest, the frozen bird's appearance is still okay, at least better than the other 2. After a long time, Zarshan finally came to his senses. A light flashed in his eyes. The level of this frozen bird is level 70. Of course, except for those small and weaker mythical beasts at level 50, most of the mythical beasts are at this level. Zarshan then released Charizard, attracting frozen bird's attention. As if it sensed that the human in front of it wanted to subdue it, the frozen bird let out a cry and stared at Zarshan with majestic eyes. Then, it flapped its wings and wanted to launch an attack. It's for this human to know. Can't blaspheme. Zarshan didn't pay attention to frozen bird's gaze and only smiled lightly. After Charizard pushed frozen bird into battle, he took out the Master Ball and threw it towards the frozen bird in the air. The purple Master Ball drew an arc in the air and accurately hit the frozen bird. Frozen bird was hit by the Master Ball, with a puzzled expression on its face. What is this? However, suddenly, a strong suction force erupted from the Master Ball. Then, a red light burst out and shone on the frozen bird. Immediately afterward, the frozen bird felt its entire body being sucked in. What's going on? The frozen bird chirped twice, a look of fear in its eyes as it continuously struggled. After the Master Ball sucked the frozen bird in, it fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Buzz, 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 buzz. In the space of the Master Ball, the frozen bird kept struggling, trying to get out. However, the strong absorption force trapped it firmly. No matter how much it struggles, it simply cannot break free from the shackles of this power. Zarshan looked at the Master Ball that was constantly shaking on the ground, and felt a little nervous in his heart. This is the first divine beast he has ever conquered, and it can also be said to be the first divine beast in his entire service. Some tension is inevitable. Not long after, the master ball shook a few times and then stopped moving. And a message also appeared in front of Zacian's eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the player for conquering the legendary Pokémon, Frozen Bird. Ding. Since the Pokémons carried by the player are full, Frozen Bird has been automatically transferred back to the PC. Hundredfold blessing, Frozen Bird's 6 element rating has been upgraded to gold. When Zacian saw this information, he was also stunned for a moment. Damn, all 6 ratings are gold. Zacian quickly took out the PC from his backpack and wanted to check the information about Frozen Bird. At this moment, another announcement appeared across the server. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Kai for completing the hidden achievement, encountering a legendary Pokémon, and gaining 5,000 character experience points. Seeing this announcement appear across the server again, many players' faces turned red. Everyone showed shocked expressions. Damn, this legendary Pokémon was subdued by the Red God. Awesome, it's my fault that I don't study well. I can only express my admiration in this sentence. There is a saying, the Red God. I'm jealous, this happened to Master Kai. Is there a reason for this? Everyone already understands. Born alongside Zacian, many players looked envious and shocked. They all sighed that Zacian was really lucky. However, what they didn't know was that this legendary Pokémon wasn't born naturally. It's simply summoned with special props. 100 times the benefits. Gain 500,000 character experience points. Huh. Is there any hidden achievement? Zacian showed a hint of surprise, but he didn't expect that there would be such an additional gain. Zacian then opened the Frozen Bird's information and checked it. Frozen Bird level 70, gender, non-attributes, ice, flying features, sense of oppression, hidden features, snow invisibility, body type, high life ratings, gold attack ratings, gold defense ratings, gold special attack ratings, gold special defense ratings, gold speed ratings, gold comprehensive combat power, 700 intimacy, 50 skills, wind LV3, fine snow LV7, white mist LV4, rock LV3, heart psi LV5, original power LV4, high speed movement LV5, freeze drying LV6, reflecting wall LV3, hail LV5, tailwind LV6. Carrying accessories. Woozai actually felt a little happy after checking the information on the Frozen Bird. It can be said that this bird is a very powerful beast. Frozen is already the most powerful among all his Pokémons currently. Chapter 114. The yellow boss stabbed the sheep's nest. After Zacian conquered the freezing bird, he did not include it in the team. Zacian looked at the altar again and found that the appearance of the altar had changed. The freezing bird altar that was originally located on the glacier also collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. I think this kind of altar is just a one-time item in the game. After the player uses it, it loses its function of summoning the freezing bird. I'm afraid that the purpose is to prohibit the unlimited summoning of freezing birds. However, the game map is very large, and there may be a freezing bird altar in other snowy terrains. Speaking of which, he still has a pure bead full of energy in his hand, and can conquer another sacred bird. However, Zacian did not rush to look for the altars of other sacred birds. Instead, he once again took out an empty pure bead to cleanse the energy. With the full cooperation of the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce arrow eagle, Zacian began a journey to gain energy in the snowy field. It is not easy for fire Pokémon to defeat ice Pokémon. Basically, a fire ability can kill a Pokémon instantly. Thus, the energy of the pure pearl in Zacian's hand is rapidly increasing. Just as Zacian continued to brush against the Pokémon, a message suddenly appeared. Ding. A boss Pokémon spawns in the mountainous terrain. Boss Pokémon has now become very common as the player base increases. As long as the newly spawned Pokémon reach a certain number, a boss Pokémon will spawn immediately. Originally, this was a very common message, but now it has become a hot topic in the chat channel. Damn, this boss has appeared in my place. I'm impressed. Although the reward for defeating the boss Pokémon is a bit lower than completing the quest, it's still okay. It's better than defeating a boss. Why don't we go see what special quests and plots are out there in the wild? No, this boss is a yellow boss. The level is ridiculously high, at least 20 levels higher than the Pokémon in my team. What? The yellow boss? Damn it, a yellow boss has started to appear. Is this the highest level boss among the Pokémon bosses? I'm almost impressed. That sandstorm ability is so disgusting, it's so numbing. Is there anyone who can team up to fight the boss? I've been sent back to Novice Village. Don't panic. Where are you? I'll fight you. No 34. Novice Village, high mountain terrain. Come here if you want to fight the boss. Soon after, many players went to Novice Village number 34, wanting to see what this Banjara boss was like. Is it just like what the previous player said? The shape is different from that of the ordinary Bangilla. However, when these players came to the newly renovated yellow boss Bangilla, their eyes almost popped out. The Bangira boss in front of them was really different from the ordinary Bangira. 6 irregular spikes were formed on the sides of this Bangira boss's body. The spikes on the top of its head became a vertical telephoto lens. The spikes on the back of its neck became shorter. The spikes on both sides of its head were along the lines. The eyebrows became longer. Not only that, the knees of this Bangira boss's legs were bulging, and spikes grew out. The exposed shell on its abdomen and back changed from blue to red, full of violent energy. Because it was a yellow level boss, Bangilla exuded an aura that destroyed the sky. When the surrounding Pokémon sensed this aura, they all ran away in fright, as if they had encountered some kind of terror. Many players who came here had surprised expressions on their faces when they saw the form of this Bangira boss. Damn it, newbie, it's really different from the ordinary Bangira. This form is so explosive, I don't know how much more beautiful it would be. I would love, if I had a Bangira in this form. Hey, that's not great. Look at Bangira's level. It's risen several levels. It's now at level 70. Who is this big brother? Many players' expressions changed slightly after seeing the Bangira boss's level change again. A level 70 boss, it's really hard to defeat. Hurry up, let's form a team together. How about you choose the points you want for the rewards after defeating the boss? Okay. Quick, hurry. The team released the Pokémons one after another and attacked the Bangira boss. However, what surprised them was that the Bangira boss sensed the malice of many players. He raised his head to the sky and roared, revealing his overlord level power, and in an instant, an extremely violent sandstorm surrounded him. Many Pokémon were caught in the sandstorm and lost blood like crazy. Even players were attacked by sandstorms and their blood volume decreased. Some players who were closer were even sent back to Novice Village. However, no equipment was dropped. There is now a unique item for sale in the Pokémon shop, which does not drop runes upon death. Players only need to purchase runes in the shop that will not drop when they die. Even if they die unexpectedly, they can keep their equipment and accessories. It can be said to be a must-have product for home travel, group battles, and treasure hunting in the wild. It has been well received by many players. Seeing a small number of players tragically die directly under the sandstorm of this Bangira boss, many players changed their expressions. Shit, what's going on? This Bangilla is simply terrifying. Many players gasped. Only a sandstorm made it difficult for them to move forward. How could they fight back? Hey, who brought a water or grass Pokémon? At this moment, a player suddenly shouted, I got it, I brought it with me. Have you learned the skill of praying for rain or sunny weather? Yes. Hurry up and use rain or sunny weather to break through this sandstorm. We'll all be killed here. Just as these players work together to deal with this Bangira boss, another message generated by the boss appeared. Ding. A boss Pokémon appeared on the snowy ground. Many players were a little surprised when they saw this news. What's going on today? Why have so many boss Pokémon appeared? I don't know. Maybe it's reached that number again. I'm just saying that one was generated. Bangira's boss? Yes, it is said to be different from the ordinary Bangira. The new form is great. What is Bangira's new form like? It seems that there are a lot of people rushing over there. What those players don't know is that the Bangula boss that has just been updated is a super boss of Bangula. Moreover, it is also the highest level Pokémon boss dressed in yellow, and its strength is simply ridiculous. At the same time, the snowy terrain, the area where summer is located. Along the way, Zacian defeated many Pokémons, and the pure beads in his hands were filled with 1/3 of the energy. Just after defeating a furry sheep, a message suddenly appeared. It is the information generated by the Pokémon boss. When this message appeared, a yellow ray of light suddenly burst out not far in front of him. The yellow ray of light rose into the sky and headed straight for the sky. It was also mixed with terrifying power, and there were many arcs faintly flashing. Zacian also had a surprised expression on his face. Is this a boss? At the same time, Zacian was also a little curious, wondering what kind of boss it was. Judging from the power just now, this should be a yellow boss. So far, this is the highest color level boss Zacian has encountered for the first time. As the yellow beam of light gradually dissipated, a super electric dragon boss emitting yellow light appeared in front of Zacian's eyes. Crap, it's actually a super electric dragon? After Zacian saw that this boss was a super electric dragon, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect a mega form boss to appear near him. After the super electric dragon boss saw Zacian, his eyes suddenly became sharp, as if there was a hint of hatred. Could this super electric dragon appear because I defeated many melee sheep and Rangrang sheep just now? The sight of the Rangrang sheep suddenly acting up gave me some bad premonitions. Did I make a hole in the sheep's nest? Zacian complained speechlessly. Chapter 115 Cornerstone of Evolution. However, this yellow level super electric dragon boss is at level 85. The level is so high. Zacian frowned. The level was much higher. It was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. After thinking for a while, Zacian put all the team's eggs into the PC and took out the main ace. Now his highest levels are Pikachu, Charizard, Biting Landshark, Fairy Eevee, and Wise Frog. However, if Freezing Bird, Charizard, Intelligent Frog, and Fierce Arrow fight against Electric Dragon, their attributes will be suppressed by it, and they will most likely die in one move. Therefore, you still have to be careful and there is no need for the Wise Frog to appear. Zacian decided to eliminate the newly conquered Frozen Bird. Perhaps if Freeze Bird appears, the level of this super electric dragon boss will be higher. However, Biting Landshark is more restrained, and there is still a chance to defeat it. Later, Zacian released all the Charizard, Arrow Eagle, Biting Landshark, Pikachu, Fairy Eevee, and Frozen Bird. With the appearance of Frozen Bird, the level of the super electric dragon boss also rose to level 90. This is probably the supreme boss of Yankin. King Thunder and Lightning is overjoyed. Seeing that the super electric dragon boss in front of him became more powerful, Zacian was also a little helpless. However, there is no way out. Bite the Landshark, Quicksand Hell, Catch It, Charizard, Throw Flames, Fairy Eevee, Charming Voice, Arrow Eagle, Attack with Fire, Smash, Frozen Bird Heart Eye, Freeze Dry. Due to the oppressive characteristics of the Frozen Bird, the super electric dragon boss was suppressed as soon as it appeared, and there was a brief stagnation in its body. And this is also a good time to attack. Zacian gave orders to the 6 Pokémons, and then the 6 Pokémons attacked the super electric dragon boss one after another. Although this super electric dragon boss is of a very high level, it is suppressed by the combined efforts of many Pokémons. Suddenly, it found it difficult to defend itself, and its blood volume dropped a lot. However, when its attack ended, the super electric dragon boss knocked down the enemy and began to counterattack. I saw, on the snowy field, a dazzling electric light burst out from the super electric dragon boss, mixed with the aura of destruction of heaven and earth, and swept in all directions. This is a ranged move, Discharge. All 6 Pokémons were attacked by the super electric dragon boss, except for Pikachu and Biting Landshark, who were immune. Freezing Bird, Fairy Eevee, Charizard, and Arrow Eagle all suffered. Zacian's blood volume was also thicker. This blow would have killed ordinary Pokémon a long time ago. Seeing this situation, Zacian felt a little helpless. After all, most of the Pokémon in his team were restricted by the electric dragon. So, Zacian once again let the Pokémon attack. However, he asked Biting Landshark to change its attack method. Although the Sandstorm just now was very effective against the Electric Dragon, it was only a move that could only damage the enemy by 1000 and damage itself by 800. Next, Zacian plans to use Ligialushark as the main output force. Bite Landshark, dig a hole and attack. Hearing the order, Bite Landshark did not step forward to draw fire like the other 5 Pokémon. Instead, it waved its claws and dug towards the ground, and in an instant, a hole appeared in the ground. Bite Landshark dug towards the entrance of the cave and moved underground towards the location of the Electric Dragon. Just as the Electric Dragon was attracted by the other 5 Pokémons, Bite Landshark had already arrived under the command of the Super Electric Dragon. At the same time, under the combined attack of the Frozen Bird's Heart Eye and Freeze Drying, the Super Electric Dragon boss also fell into a frozen state and was unable to use its unique moves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bite Landshark suddenly launched an attack. I saw a dazzling white light emitting from the claws of the Biting Landshark and it shot out from the ground. The sharp and ferocious claws had terrifying power and bombarded the Super Electric Dragon boss while it was in a frozen state. Boom. Huge power arrived, and the Super Electric Dragon boss felt as if a train had hit its buttocks, and its entire body suddenly jumped. The severe pain caused the Super Electric Dragon boss's face to twist, and his blood volume also decreased drastically under the blow of the Landshark's bite, leaving only 1/3. Outstanding effect. Seeing this, Zacian also showed a smile on his face. Thinking about it, it won't be long before this Super Electric Dragon boss is defeated. Just as Zacian was ordering the Pokémons to fight the Super Electric Dragon boss, the Super Boss Bangela that was upgraded before was finally defeated with the combined efforts of many players. With the fall of the Super Bangela boss, many players also breathed a sigh of relief. They expended all their strength, and at the cost of each person dying 3 times on average, they finally defeated this Super Boss of Bangela. At the place where the Super Bangera boss fell, props and equipment exploded. Many players who had formed a team gathered around them when they saw this. Damn, this boss explodes a lot of equipment. Let me tell you, we spent a lot of effort to kill this boss. If it didn't explode more things, it would be abnormal. What I have: diamonds, iron ingots, red threads, power bracelets, learning devices, 6th generation, evolution keystones, Bangera super evolution stones. Wait a minute, this evolution keystone also has Bangera. What is 0 super evolution stone? Yeah, I saw this kind of thing explode on the Pokémon boss once. Just look at the description. Then, a player will give him the evolution keystone and super evolution stone. Fossil picked them up and looked at the introduction information. Then, the player's face showed a surprised expression and exclaimed, "Crap, this can also make Bangera evolve." When the other players heard this, there was a trace of confusion on their faces. What's going on? Bangera can still evolve. Are you wrong? Yes, Bangera is already the final evolved type. Okay. How can it still evolve? That's right. That's all. Then a player also smiled bitterly and said, "If you don't believe me, take a look." Then, he showed the evolution keystone and super evolution stone to other players. When the other players saw the introduction information, they all had surprised expressions on their faces. Damn, this thing can actually make Bangera evolve again. I didn't expect such a thing to actually exist. However, this kind of accessory can only make Bangera evolve for a short time. After time runs out, it will still degenerate. But, this thing is also very strong, right? After the evolution, all of Bangera's attributes have been greatly improved, and he is simply invincible in battle. After these players learned about this super evolution stone's function, they also spread it around in the chat channel. It didn't take long for all the players to know that there was something like a super evolution stone that could allow Pokémons to evolve again. Afterwards, many players began to run wild with the purpose of getting a yellow level super evolved Pokémon boss. But at this moment, on Zacian's side, under the tactical attack of Bite Landshark, the super electric dragon boss also fell into a disadvantage. Many Pokémons have joined forces, and although the Super Electric Dragon boss is of a high level, it simply cannot withstand the burrowing attack of the biting land shark. Soon, the biting land shark emptied the last drop of blood of the Super Electric Dragon boss. In the end, the Super Electric Dragon boss glanced at Zacian unwillingly, fell to the ground, and disappeared in a white light. Ding. Congratulations to the player for defeating the boss Pokémon and gaining 10,000 character experience points. 100-fold bonus, gaining 1 million character experience points. As the character experience points arrived, Zacian's character level was upgraded again to level 71. Ding. Pikachu, Biting Land Shark, Charizard, Arrowhawk, Fairy Eevee, and Frozen Bird all gain 100,000 experience points. Experience points. Ding. Pikachu's level has been raised to level 71, with a comprehensive combat power of 730. Ding. Biting Land Shark's level has been raised to level 71, with a comprehensive combat power of 730. Has been raised to level 71. The overall combat power is 730. Ding. Fierce Arrow Eagle's level increases to level 71, and the overall combat power is 680. Ding. Fairy Eevee's level increases to level 720. Ding. The Frozen Bird's level has increased to level 71, and the overall combat power is 730. The huge amount of experience points also increased the level of the Pokémon in battle to level 71 instantly. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining dropped items. Evolution Keystone X1, Super Electric Dragon Evolution Stone X1, Wool X1, Red Thread X1, Magic Candy X1, Electric Gem X1, Hundredfold Benefit Blessing. Dropped items obtained. Evolution Keystone X100, Super Electric Dragon Evolution Stone X100, Wool X100, Red Thread X100, Magic Candy X100, Electric Gem X100. Zacian was also happy when he saw that there was an Evolution Keystone among the dropped items. In this way, Charizard and Biting Land Shark will be able to perform Mega Evolution in the future. Zacian can already imagine that after Mega Evolution, Charizard X and Super Biting Land Shark will be in such a powerful and attractive form. Later, Zacian put these items into his backpack, took out the PC, and replaced all the Pokémons he had eliminated before. Only the Arrow Eagle team was left, Charizard and 4 Pokémon eggs. After doing this, Zacian continued to go through the energy of the pure beads. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether he should catch a melee sheep to raise. After all, he also has the Super Electric Dragon Evolution Stone now, so it would be nice to have an electric dragon to play with. After all, if you put this in your hand, you can put it in your hand. If the electric dragon uses it, it will also be a powerful main Pokémon. Besides, raising a fully qualified electric dragon is just like playing, isn't it? Hey play. Fully qualified electric dragons just play. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Joining the Player Team, Special Mission. Zacian skimmed the snowy field for a while, raising the energy in the pure beads to 2/3. The 4 Pokémon eggs he carried also hatched successfully. The grades are pretty good, but there are still no Pokémon with full grades. Zacian then put the 4 newly born Pokémon into the PC, took out the 4 Pokémon eggs again, and carried them with him. Let's be honest, processing eggs can be a very time-consuming job. When Pokémon are born, it's like opening a treasure chest. It all depends on luck. Of course, improving genetic grades through various assisted breeding accessories can also make the Pokémon born have high grades. The grades of the Pokémon conquered last summer were not very high, but they were passed down through breeding. The Pokémon born now basically all have a gold grade. This can also be said to be a kind of progress. As long as breeding continues, there will always be Pokémon with 2, 3, or even 6 gold grades. However, this still takes time and cannot be rushed. Zacian continued to advance on the snowy field while brushing the energy into the pure beads. After an unknown amount of time, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared on the silver-covered snowy field. When Zarshan saw those 3 figures, he was also stunned. Logically speaking, the location he is currently at is already a sparsely populated area, so no one should appear. However, due to the distance, Zarshan couldn't clearly see who was on the opposite side. I don't know if it's a player or an NPC. After thinking about it, Zarshan still walked in the direction of the 3 figures. The player, 7-star Flame, looked at the vast white snowy field and was speechless in his heart. How long will it take to find such a large place? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have accepted this quest. It's been a week since he and his teammates fought to accept this quest. Basically, they spent this week in the snowy field. The quest is to find the entrance to some ruins. Dao, when will this task be completed? We've already spent a week on this task. 7-star Flame felt a little impatient and said to the player beside him, Dao. In order to accomplish this task, he didn't even attend the fishing meeting. This made him extremely speechless. When player, Dao, heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know either. To be honest, I didn't expect this task to take so long upon seeing this. 7-star Flame. Furthermore, he could only helplessly shake his head, then turned his attention to the middle-aged NPC who was looking at the map and asked, Uncle, where is this ruin? We've been looking for it for a long time. But it's so white here. It doesn't even have a hair. And there's not even a landmark. How can I find it? The middle-aged NPC looked at the map and then at the white snow scene around him. He also sighed. Indeed, these ruins are really hard to find. Logically speaking, one should be able to find the ruins by following the directions on the map. However, he took the 2 young men and wandered around the snow for a week. He couldn't find the entrance to the ruins. Just as the 3 of them were dumbfounded, a figure suddenly approached not far away. The 3 of them also noticed this figure, a hint of surprise in their eyes. This was the first time they had encountered other people in the snow in a week. The approaching figure was naturally Zarshan, and not long after, he arrived in front of the 3 of them. I didn't expect to encounter a player in this snow, 7-star Flame said in surprise when he saw a player wearing a red and white shirt. At this moment, when another player, Dao, saw the name on Zarshan's head, his eyes showed surprise, and then he said to Zarshan, are you the overlord of the Kai Pokémon list? Zarshan nodded, smiled, and said, that's right. Zarshan looked at the 3 people in the group. 2 of the 3 people in the group were players, and the remaining middle-aged uncle was an NPC, who should be a player tasks. However, Zarshan was still a little curious, wondering what kind of quest they had accepted. You're here, you must have accepted some quest, right? Zarshan asked with a smile. Hearing this, both 7-star Flame and Dao had surprised expressions on their faces. How do you know? Zarshan said with a smile. Isn't it hard to guess? Just look at your team composition. 2 players and 1 NPC. I found something in a special plot. 7-star Flame and Dao looked at each other and nodded, a wry smile on their faces. Yes, we took on the mission to find a relic in the snow. We thought that this mission would be easy to complete. But we didn't expect that we had been wandering in the snow for a week. The relic is, I don't know where it is. Speaking of this, 7-star Flame and Dao sighed. Obviously, they had almost no confidence to complete this task. After all, I've spent a long time here, and there's still no useful information. Who knows sitting on wax? Is it the ruins in the snow? Zarshan fell into deep thought. As for the ruins in the snow, other than the frozen bird altar, the only ones left were the remains of the Regis Ice God Pillar. Of course, it might also be the remains of Kyurem. He didn't see any specific mission information and Zarshan didn't know what the ruins were about. Can you show me the specific information? I'm also somewhat interested in this task. Zarshan said with a smile. Hearing this, 7-star Flame and Dao had a hint of joy on their faces. Is that so? Okay, we'll recruit you into the team. Then, a message appeared in front of Zarshan's eyes. Ding. Players Dao and 7-star Flame invite you to join the team. Do you agree? Zarshan directly clicked to agree and then joined their team. Then, Zarshan saw the detailed information of the mission. According to the mission requirements, these ruins are located on a flat terrain, with an entrance to the ruins, and the terrain is surrounded by vast snow-capped mountains. Zarshan looked around, compared the map, and found that the terrain here was completely different from that on the map. Moreover, the landmark of the ruins location on the map has countless mountain peaks protruding out. It seems like it must be a terrain with ice peaks. While Zarshan was thinking, the middle-aged NPC said, "Young man, how are you? Do you have any clues?" After pondering for a while, Zarshan smiled and said to the three of them, "This isn't the case. As for the terrain, you can see that the ruins on the map have many large and small protruding peaks. According to the classification, they should be in the snowy field and the frost thorn terrain. And here, there are no signs of frost thorn terrain. Therefore, this is not the place we are looking for. However, the terrain here is consistent with the terrain in the southwest of the map. There is no snowy mountain in the distance, but instead an M-shaped peak with a coniferous forest terrain. There is some vegetation. When I arrived there before, I saw a terrain similar to the one on the map. Due to the different angles, it is difficult to recognize this direction, so it is difficult to determine the location." Hearing this, the three of them looked in the direction pointed by Zarshan. Sure enough, the snow-capped mountains in the distance showed an M shape, just as Zarshan said. Seeing this, the faces of the three people showed a hint of joy. Crap. If we put it this way, if we just go towards the northeast, we should be able to find a terrain covered in ice. 7-Star Flame exclaimed. Zarshan smiled and nodded. Then let's go. 7-Star Flame couldn't wait any longer. This mission suddenly got better, and he was certainly happy. Then, the four of them walked towards the M-shaped snowy mountain. Chapter 117 Ice Spike Ruins, the Orb of the God of Creation. Not long after, Zarshan and others arrived at the foot of the M-shaped snow mountain. After looking at the map, Zarshan and others determined that this snow mountain is the coordinate of a geographical location in the southwest of the map. This mission can finally be completed. 7-Star Flame also showed a hint of joy on his face. When Dao heard this, he couldn't help but say, "It's not that fast. We have just found the location, and the ruins have not been found yet." 7-Star Flame's face flashed, and he really meant what he said. The same. The ruins have not even been found yet, and I don't know how long it will take to complete this task. However, now that we have found clues, it is only a matter of time before we find the ruins. 7-Star Flame comforted himself in his heart. Seeing this, Zarshan also laughed, then said to the middle-aged NPC, "Uncle, our location is now very close to the Ice Thorn Forest. How can we find the entrance to the ruins?" The NPC thought. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There is a stone tablet at the entrance of the ruins. The power of the geometric snowflakes is required to open the door to the entrance of the ruins. Then let's go to the Ice Thorn terrain." Then, the four of them headed northeast in the direction marked on the map. After walking for a while, a huge terrain with ice spikes appeared in front of the four of them. Damn, there is such a terrain. It's so spectacular. The four of them were shocked by the sight in front of them. I saw that on the vast snowy field, icicles that were dozens of meters high were erected, which looked like stalagmites from a distance. Zarshan came back to his senses at this moment, and said to the three of them, "Let's go." 7-Star Flame, Dao, and the middle-aged NPC nodded, followed Zarshan, and walked towards the ice peak terrain. Following the instructions on the map, Zarshan and others quickly arrived at the center of the ice peak terrain. After entering the central area, they searched around and finally found an ancient stone tablet in a remote corner. There are some incomprehensible words engraved on the stone tablet. When the middle-aged NPC saw the stone tablet, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. This is it. After Zarshan and others heard this, they quickly gathered around. I saw that there was a snowflake-shaped mark on the stone tablet, which was similar to the shape of geometric snowflakes. Then, the middle-aged NPC released geometric snowflakes and said, "Geometric snowflakes. Stick them against the shape of the stone tablet, and then use high-speed rotation." It began to rotate. The simple and vigorous stone slab suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and then the entire ground began to tremble, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. Click, click, click. A sound of ice breaking could be heard, and an ice-covered mountain not far from the stone tablet suddenly began to crack. At the bottom of the ice-covered peak, a stone door suddenly appeared and slowly opened. It really appeared. Seeing this situation, the faces of the three people in Zaoshan also showed looks of surprise. When the stone door was completely opened, the middle-aged NPC also took back the geometric snowflakes. He looked at the stone door in front of him with an ecstatic expression on his face, as expected. Then, the middle-aged NPC took out a flashlight and said to Zaoshan and the others, "Let's go in and take a look." This dark and quiet passage was formed because no one entered it all year round. There are many large and small ice stalagmites. Zaoshan and the others continued to move forward through this passage, and soon after, they arrived at a stone room. This stone chamber is about 100 square meters in size, and there are many murals recording ancient texts on the walls. Zaoshan and the others looked at the words on the wall. They were all confused and couldn't understand them at all. "Uncle, what are these murals written on?" The middle-aged NPC illuminated the murals with the light of his flashlight, looked at them, and fell into deep thought. After remaining silent for a while, he looked at the murals around him and said, "Legend has it that ancient humans cared for Pokémon and gave them life. Humans and Pokémon have established a strong connection, even stronger than now. As people migrated to new continents, the myths and legends about the power of Pokémon became increasingly complicated, and in the ancient ruins here, there are many legendary feats of Pokémon." After a pause, the half-elder NPC focused on a step in the center of the stone chamber and continued, "This is the staircase of 3 element. That sacred staircase was built to worship the god of creation. According to legend, creation is extremely powerful. The power of the world god is passed down through music and dance. The ancient survivors living in some places now inherit this tradition through the teachings of their ancestors, and are able to use dance to awaken the legendary spirits, Ho-Oh and Lugia. The creator god reaches the 3UN stage. Time, space, and the reverse world will be born, and the key people of the 3UN stage will also appear on the staircase in the center of the stone room. There are different ring runes formed in 3 colors, blue, purple, and orange. Among these 3 rings, there is a special ring. On the 3-dimensional level, the ring in the middle represents the creator of the world, the legendary Pokémon. That is the origin of all things, the god of creation, the middle-aged NPC said, pointing to the purple ring. The ring read, "This is Poké's totem. It rules over space." Then, he pointed to the blue ring and said, "This is Dialga's totem. It rules over time." Finally, the middle-aged NPC pointed to the orange ring and said slowly, "Giratina. It rules over the reverse world, the opposite of this world, a world that ignores space and time." Fuck. Are these the ruins of the legendary Pokémon? After hearing the middle-aged NPC's explanation, the 7-star flame on the side also widened his eyes and looked at the surrounding murals in disbelief. No wonder it's so hard to find. Even Dao was sighing at this moment. He didn't expect to find the remains of the legendary Pokémon. Then, his eyes looked at Zaoshan. "You know, there was an announcement on the entire server before, saying that player, Red, encountered a legendary Pokémon. Although they are carrying out this mission, they still know some information." At that moment, the mysterious player, Kai, was standing in front of them. This is nothing more than Dao's eyes looking a little weird. Moreover, judging from these ruins, it is very likely that they will obtain information about the 6 legendary Pokémon. This is a lot of money. Ho-Oh, Lugia, god of creation, Poké, Dialga, Giratina. Zaoshan naturally noticed player Dao's gaze, but the Red was shocked. He ignored it and asked the middle-aged NPC, "Then what else is said on the wall?" The middle-aged NPC looked at Zaoshan and said again, "Legend. It says that when the god of creation, the creator of the world, uses a small part of his power, a new life will be born out of nothing." After saying this, the middle-aged NPC reached the 3-element stage. Higher. Then, when the middle-aged NPC stood on the 3UN steps, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed. The totem of the god of creation in the center suddenly burst into a dazzling, bright light. The words on the mural suddenly moved, as if they had come to life. Immediately afterward, some information appeared in the eyes of the three people in Zarshan. Unknown totem? Looking at the tadpole-like Pokémon, the eyes of the three people in Zarshan also showed a hint of surprise. Then, those unknown totems sleeping in the ruins were suspended in the air, revolving around the totem of the god of creation. Many illusions also appeared in front of Zarshan and others. The vast universe, the blue planet, the bustling cities, the towering buildings, and so on. As the illusion gradually disappeared, a luminous ball appeared on the head of the creation god's totem and finally fell into the hands of the middle-aged NPC. At this moment, Zarshan and others also came back to their senses. Looking at the luminous ball in the middle-aged NPC's hands, the shock on their faces became even more shocking. What is this? The middle-aged NPC looked at the ball of light in his hand, with a smile on his face, and said lightly, "This is a life orb left behind by the creation god. Isn't it just an accessory?" A trace of doubt appeared on Zarshan's face. Yes, the life orb originally had special functions, but unfortunately, it has now been reduced to an accessory in the battle between Pokémons. With that said, the middle-aged NPC's face showed deep regret. This is not the life orb I'm looking for. Ouch, it seems that there is no hope of finding the legendary world creator. This is the last relic. As he spoke, the middle-aged NPC fell silent. After a while, he said to the three people in Zarshan's eyes, "If that's the case, then these 3 life orbs will be given to you as a gift of gratitude for guiding me to find these ruins." The middle-aged NPC touched it from his body. He took out 3 life orbs and handed them to Zarshan and the others. At this moment, 7-Star Flame and Dao looked confused because suddenly a reminder appeared in front of their eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the player for completing the quest to find the legendary ruins and receiving the reward item life orb. Everyone was still in disbelief. The quest was completed just like that. Zarshan raised his eyebrows, then took a life orb from the middle-aged NPC's hand. With the blessing of 100 times the income, the life orb is upgraded to a super surpassing orb. When the god of creation appears nearby, this life orb will shine and guide the god of creation. Zarshan was also stunned for a moment, and then a hint of ecstasy appeared in his heart. Doesn't this mean that he obtained a tracker from the god of creation? The remaining 2 life orbs were also taken away by 7-Star Flame and Dao. However, his life orbs can only be used in Pokémon battles. The effect is that after carrying them, the blood volume will be slightly reduced for each attack, but the power of the moves will increase. Overall, it's so-so. After all, things like life orb have never appeared before, and obtaining such a rare accessory is enough to make the 2 of them happy. However, compared to the orb obtained by Zarshan, it is completely different. Then, the 4 people left the ruins and returned to the Ice Peak terrain again. Then Zarshan, 7-Star Flame, and Dao parted ways. Before leaving, they asked Zarzar to be their good friend. After walking not far, Zarshan released the fire-breathing dragon and flew towards the distance. He didn't expect that, just by passing the energy of the pure beads along the way, he would eventually obtain an accessory related to the creation god Arceus. This is really an unexpected surprise. The life orb in the protagonist's hand is adapted from the anime. Funny. Chapter 118 Leaky Eye Sheep. Expedition to the Glacier. After Zarshan left the Ice Peak terrain, he found a snowy field to stop and continued his great work of brushing pure beads. The pure bead in his hand now only has 1/3 of its energy left before it can be fully charged. At that time, you can use the 3 Sacred Birds altar map to search the Pingdingshan Plateau and the tropical grasslands to see if there are altars for the Flame Bird and the Lightning Bird. In this way, the 3 Sacred Birds will be able to gather together, which will also be a great improvement to Zarshan's team's strength. Then, Zarshan began to search for the target in the snowy field. It has to be said that the Pokémons in the snowy field are relatively single. Most of them are Ice-type Pokémons, such as Sneeze Bear, Tundra Bear, Mini Ice, Ice Treasure, Ice Goose, etc., which are very common Pokémons. As time goes by, the energy of the pure beads also continues to increase. During this period, Zaoshan also subdued an Alolan form Vulpix and a Eukid at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. Vulpix's Alolan form has an ice attribute, which is completely different from ordinary Vulpix. It can only evolve into Ninetales by using ice stones. Moreover, after evolving into the Alolan form, the Ninetales even acquired fairy attributes and completely transformed into a Master Dragon Slayer. Generally speaking, Ice Vulpix is a relatively rare Pokémon, so the harvest is quite good. Later, Yukidoji had two types evolved. One was the Snow Demon Girl and the other was the Ice Demon Guard. However, only the evolved form of Hyou Demon Guard has Mega Evolution and can be considered a relatively powerful Pokémon. Of course, the grades of these two Pokémons can only be considered average, but Zaoshan doesn't care, just raise them. Then, Zaoshan continued to refresh his energy. However, shortly after brushing, fine snow began to fall on the snowy field. Not far from him, dozens of new sheep suddenly appeared, and they were Pokémons like Melee Sheep. Zaoshan was also stunned for a moment, looking at the sheep not far away with some surprise. Is this another nest of sheep? He complained speechlessly. It must be said that the probability of a group of Melee Sheep appearing on the snowy field is relatively high. So far, it was already the second group of Melee Sheep that Zaoshan encountered. Of course, Zaoshan also plans to catch a Melee Sheep and raise it. After all, he currently has a lot of Super Electric Dragon Evolution Stones in his backpack. If an Electric Dragon is cultivated, it will also be a powerful main Pokémon. Then, Zaoshan walked towards the flock of Melee Sheep. When they were more than 10 meters away, Zaoshan stopped. He watched it, picked a Melee Sheep that was lagging behind, released the fire-breathing dragon, and brought it into the battle. Zaoshan was not stingy and directly threw a high-end ball. Now there are only 3 types of balls on Zaoshan's white back: Master Ball, Advanced Ball, and Exclusive Bait Ball. Among these 3 types of balls, the Exclusive Bait Ball has a very low chance of subduing the Melee Sheep, and it is easy for her to break free. After all, it is a special competition ball for fishing competitions, although it can also capture Pokémon. However, it is only used to subdue captured Pokémon, which has a relatively high probability. For this kind of general subjugation, Zaoshan did not want to waste the Master Ball, so it would be more cost effective to use the Advanced Ball. Moreover, he already has a lot of berries stored in his base. Even if he runs out of high-end balls, he can still make some by himself. There is one less Master Ball and I don't know when I will have the next Master Ball. He was previously ignorant and didn't realize that there were mythical beasts in this game, so he used the ball indiscriminately. Now there are so many mythical beasts waiting for him to conquer. How can he be willing to use the Master Ball again? This is the Pokémon Ball that can 100% conquer the mythical beast. However, what Zaoshan didn't expect was that this time, he only lost a high-level bull and actually subdued the lonely Melee Sheep. Ding. Congratulations to the player for conquering Melee Sheep. Ding. The Pokémons the player is carrying are full, and Melee Sheep has been automatically transferred back to the PC, was as expected. This Melee Sheep's grades were average, but Zaoshan wasn't too disappointed. Then, Zaoshan put away the PC and continued to use the energy of the pure beads. After nearly half a day, Zaoshan finally charged up the energy of this pure bead. At this moment, he had arrived at a cold beach. The sea surface not far away was frozen due to the cold weather, and it stretched for at least several kilometers. Zaoshan looked at the endless and calm sea covered in ice, and was thinking of going to take a look at the deep sea terrain. After all, some mythical beasts can also be spawned in deep sea terrain. For example, the red plane and the blue plane are Latius and Latius. After all, he has super heart drops in his hand that can confront them. What would happen if he encountered them in the deep sea? Of course, besides these two, you might also encounter Kyogre, the creator of the ocean, or Manaphy, the daughter of the ocean, in the deep sea. You know, he is the champion of the fishing competition, a fishing master who has a super fishing rod, and has a chance of catching the legendary Pokémons. Thinking of this, Zaoshan already paid attention and plans to take a look at the deep sea terrain. However, just as he was about to release the fire-breathing dragon, he planned to go to the depths of the sea to take a look. In the icy ocean in the distance, a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared, still moving rapidly in this direction. Seeing this situation, Zashine was also a little surprised. What's going on? Why is there still smoke in the icy ocean? Zashine was a little confused. However, he planned to wait and observe again. Maybe you can find something special. After all, his reputation is already sky high and worth tens of millions. There is also a high probability of encountering special plots and tasks. Not long after Zashine waited, the black smoke in the distance moved in his direction, and Zashine finally saw clearly what was going on. It turned out that this thing emitting black smoke was a huge ship breaking through the ice in the icy ocean. And on the side of the ship, there are several large words painted. Laos Expedition Team. Does this game actually have an expedition team? After seeing the words on the ship, Zashine was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. In his opinion, this game should be a derivative version of Minecraft Pokémon. However, as he learned more about the game, he found that it was completely different from what he had imagined. Because, although this game is mainly based on the gameplay of Minecraft Pokémon, there are still some special plots and special characters interspersed in it. For example, in a special plot he encountered before, a Pokémon character, Ziolan, appeared. As time passed, the expedition ship gradually approached and stopped in an area with deeper waters. Seeing this, Zashine's heart was moved, and he planned to go and see if he could trigger some special plot. Chapter 119 Dr. Londo, Family Plot. At this moment, on the expedition team ship, an uncle in his 30s looked at the boundless snowfield and exhaled. We are finally here. Drive Londo, is this the place we are going to inspect? A female researcher in her 20s asked beside her uncle. Hearing this, the uncle known as Dr. Londo nodded with a smile and said, yes, this is the place we are about to inspect. According to the records and instrument detection, there's a large amount of ice living here. Pokémons are of great help to our research. And this is also the best place to observe their ecological environment. The female researcher nodded and said, then I'll ask the team to prepare the instruments for research. Yes. By the way, Yuko, where's Cheo? Dr. Londo nodded. Cheo fell asleep in the cabin. The researcher named Yuko smiled lightly and replied, do I need to wake him up? Hearing this, Dr. Londo shook his head and said, no, he's very tired after sailing for so many days. Let him sleep a little longer. Come on, let's prepare the inspection team and choose an inspection location. Dr. Londo said. The two of them then entered the cabin and asked their fellow researchers to prepare supplies. When the group prepared their supplies and arrived at the ice, a figure suddenly approached from a distance. Dr. Londo and his assistant were stunned for a moment when they saw this figure with a shocked expression on their faces. There are still traces of human life in such a place. This figure is naturally Zashine. Excuse me, who are you? Dr. Londo hesitated for a moment and then asked. When Zashine heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He walked over and asked, hello, I'm a Pokémon trainer who is on a trip. You can call me Kai. Drive Londo clicked and said, hello, we are the team that is here for inspection. You can call me Dr. Londo. Zashine nodded, but there was something strange in his heart. Dr. Londo? It seems that I have heard of it somewhere, and this inspection group also knows him very well. It seems that I have seen him somewhere, but I don't remember. After thinking for a while, Zashine didn't think about it, so he gave up. At this time, it happened that the members of the expedition team had already brought down all the expedition equipment. Speaking of which, there are a lot of tools on their ship, not only cranes, but even a helicopter that can load and unload cargo. Kai, I think you have nothing to do now, so why don't you stay with us these days? There are a lot of ice Pokémons living here, and it is said that there are also rare Pokémons. I think you will be interested, right? Dr. Londo said with a smile. Is that so? After hearing what Dr. Londo said, Zashine also became a little curious. What kind of rare Pokémons will appear? Thinking of this, Zashine also became a little curious. Soon, Dr. Londo set up the research team on a hill near the coast and also set up some tents for them to sleep in the open air. Of course, Zashine was silently helping out. This was a chance to increase his favorability and he might even make some unexpected profits. After the camp was set up, Zashine also sat with them and chatted for a while. Zashine learned from their mouths that they were from a city called Leris. The location of this city was also familiar to Zashine. It is a technologically advanced city located in the Fangyuan place in the animation. Moreover, when chatting with them, Zashine also had a guess in mind. It seemed like he had stumbled upon some special plot again. The plot was very similar to what he remembered from the visitor in the sky in the Pokémon movie. No, that's exactly how the movie started. The plot is about a meteorite flying from outer space and falling on a large sheet of ice. The scientist Dr. Londo came here to investigate, but his son Ziocheo was accidentally caught up in the storm generated when it fell. Faintly appearing in the vapor was the mysterious Pokémon Deoxys. At that time, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza appeared and began a fierce battle with Deoxys. Dr. Londo and Ziocheo were also involved in their fierce fight. After that, many years later, what happened to Zioxy in Leris City? If you put it this way, the plot I encounter now is probably the plot of Sky Visitor. I didn't expect that there would be such a plot in this game. Will it be possible in the future? Did I meet something stupid? Thinking of this, a trace of expectation arose in Zashine's heart. After all, it's the anime I've been following since I was little. The boy who was passionate about Pikachu, the master of flight, the legendary figure of Pokémon, and the discoverer of mythical beasts. It took 22 years for the young trainer to win his first league championship. To be honest, Ziox's growth process has been bumpy. From the Quartz Alliance, the Chengdu Alliance, the Fangyuan Alliance, and then the Sinnoh Alliance, the Unova Alliance, and the Kalos Alliance. Although his results are not very good, the progress is obvious. Moreover, when he was in the Kalos Alliance, Ash's strength was basically the strongest. Although there was a decline in the Alola League later, they finally got their wish and won the championship. However, the next part of the Galar region was a bit awkward, and a new supporting character stole the limelight. In the previous life, when Zashine saw that he was chasing him here, he already wanted to hack the scriptwriter. What a rude scriptwriter. However, he suddenly had some expectations in his heart and wondered if he could meet other characters in this game. Especially the new trainer. If he really meets him, Brother, are you a Pokémon trainer? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Zashine's ears. Zashine came back from his thoughts and turned around to see a 7 or 8-year-old boy wearing a white cotton padded jacket. This boy is one of the protagonists of Visitor from the Sky, Ziocheo. Yes. Zashine smiled and nodded, saying, Big brother, can you show me your Pokémon? Ziocheo looked at Zashine with a trace of desire in his eyes. Zashine was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, but I only have 2 Pokémon with me, and the rest are some Pokémon eggs, happily. Seeing this, Zashine smiled lightly, took out Charizard and Arrow Eagle's Pokémon balls, and released them. 2 white lights flashed, and the tall figures of the fire-breathing dragon and the Arrow Eagle appeared in the snow. Wow, what a cool Pokémon. Ziocheo looked at Charizard and the Arrow Eagle. His face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and little stars seemed to shine in his eyes. By the way, big brother, can you let me see the Pokémon egg? I want a Pokémon too, but my father won't let me. Ziocheo lowered his head and said in frustration, okay. Zashine smiled and nodded, then took out the Pokémon eggs in the Pokémon position and showed them to Ziocheo one by one. When Ziocheo saw these Pokémon eggs, the envy in his eyes became more intense, as if he wanted a Pokémon very much. At this moment, Dr. Londo also walked over. He looked at Zashine's fire-breathing dragon and the fierce Arrow Eagle, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Kai, is this your Pokémon? Yes. The Kanto region's fire-breathing dragon and the Kalos region's fierce Arrow Eagle are both very well cultivated. I can sense that they are very powerful. It seems like you're a powerful trainer, he said appreciatively. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Zashine could cultivate such a powerful Pokémon at his age. Judging from the auras emanating from the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce Arrow Eagle, they were probably on par, or even better, than the king-level trainers he knew. He was still a little curious. How did the young man in front of him do? If this young man were to challenge for the position of King of Heaven, he could probably easily occupy that position. Chapter 120 The Thank You Gift from Dr. Londo, the Visitor from Heaven. Dad, I want a Pokémon too. At this moment, Superboy took out Dr. Londo's clothes and said, "Good boy, you're not old enough yet, so I can't give you a Pokémon. If you want to cultivate a Pokémon well, you still have a lot to learn." Dr. Londo smiled, touched Xiaocheo's head, and said, "Why is that so?" Xiaocheo had a disappointed expression on his face. Xiaoshan also smiled slightly when he saw this. Indeed, according to the anime setting, one can only receive Pokémons and become a Pokémon trainer when one is 10 years old. However, what Xiaoshan doesn't understand is that 10 years old is not very old, as the wild is very dangerous. I have to say, I dare to let them go on a trip at such a young age. I have a really big heart. After all, there are many trainers who accidentally appear in the wild every year in the anime. So ultimately, the scriptwriter is crazy. The setting is extremely unreasonable. However, these have nothing to do with Xiaoshan. The most important thing now is to complete the plot in front of him. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan smiled and said, "Xiaocheo, how about I give you a Pokémon egg?" Hearing this, Xiaocheo showed a hint of joy on his face and asked uncertainly, "Really?" Xiaoshan nodded, took out a Pokémon egg, handed it to Xiaocheo, and said, "This is a Lalulasi egg. I'll give it to you now. I hope you do well." Great. Xiaocheo happily took the Pokémon egg, his face full of joy. "Don't worry, big brother, I'll take good care of it." Xiaocheo nodded vigorously. Xiaoshan smiled and nodded. Dr. Londo looked at the Pokémon egg in Xiaocheo's hand, then at Xiaoshan, and said hesitantly, "The Lulus is a very rare Pokémon, isn't it appropriate? A rare Pokémon, I'll let Xiaocheo take care of me." Xiaoshan shook his head, and said with a smile, "This okay?" Dr. Londo originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the happy smile on Xiaocheo's face, he had no choice but to agree, after thinking about it. Then, he pondered for a while and said, "I see that you have a lot of Pokémon eggs with you. It's quite troublesome to hatch them, right?" Indeed, the hatching cycle of each Pokémon egg is different, and it must be like this. Keep it with you at all times. Xiaoshan nodded and agreed. "In that case, I have a Pokémon incubator here. I'll give it to you as a thank you gift." This is the latest intelligent egg hatching device developed by our Leris City, which can preserve eggs. Hatched Pokémon egg. Just leave it at the required temperature at home. You don't need to carry it with you all the time, Dr. Londo said with a smile, and then he called an assistant over and asked him to bring over the egg incubator on the ship. Is there such a device? Xiaoshan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this device used specifically for incubating eggs had been developed. Yes, this uses the latest technology from Leris City and has the technical support of Devon. Dr. Londo said with a smile. Xiaoshan nodded. If it is the Duan Company, it is very possible. After all, the Duan Company is one of the most technologically advanced business groups in the Pokémon world. Later, the assistant also brought back the intelligent egg incubation device from the ship. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special accessory, Smart Egg Hatching Device. With 100 times increased benefit, the Smart Egg Hatching Device has been upgraded to a Smart Egg Hatching Device, which can be connected to Ranch, Cube and Pokémon PC, featuring automatic Pokémon egg collection, a high-tech egg hatching device that integrates automatic hatching and storage. Seeing the function of the super smart egg hatching device, Xiaoshan was also happy. In this case, you no longer need to carry Pokémon eggs with you to hatch them in the future. You can directly put the super smart incubation device at home to realize the automatic hatching function. At that time, you only need to check the details of the Pokémon on the Pokémon's PC. A Leris Pokémon egg can be exchanged for such a convenient device. I have to say that this is a big surprise. After putting the super intelligent incubation device into his backpack, Xiaoshan chatted with Dr. Londo to talk a few more words. At this moment, Dr. Lundo's assistant Yuko ran over and said, "Doctor, all the inspection equipment has been installed and debugged. Now we can begin the inspection and data recording." "Okay." He nodded and said to Zaoxian, "You come with us too." Zaoxian did not refuse. He also wanted to know what kind of Pokémons would appear. Later, Zaoxian followed Dr. Lundo to the area where they inspected the equipment and waited quietly. Not long after, many Pokémon suddenly appeared on the endless cold beach. Originally, there should have been more sneeze bears, tundra bears, ice treasures, and ice geese. However, at this time, there were many white sea lions, seal balls, devil sea lions, dire sea lions, etc. Pokémons living on the beach. In addition, there are some aggressive hairy crabs and giant clams. Come to think of it, this kind of beating happened because of a special plot. Zaoxian came to the beach to take a look and picked a giant clam and a seal ball to tame. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, a meteorite pierced the sky from the distant starry sky, causing ripples in the void. As it pierced forward, it would fall on a blue planet. At this moment, a dragon-like creature living in the atmosphere seemed to sense this different aura and suddenly opened its eyes and observed its surroundings. This creature is the legendary Pokémon, the guardian of the sky, Rayquaza. Then, it saw a meteorite flying down from the distant starry sky and about to crash into the planet where it lived. It felt an extremely powerful force from this meteorite. Therefore, it believed that the unknown creature in the meteorite wanted to invade its territory. Thinking of this, a trace of anger suddenly appeared in Rayquaza's eyes. "What? How dare you invade its territory?" Then, Rayquaza flew towards the place where the meteorite was about to fall. At this moment, rays of colorful light suddenly appeared above the snow, filling the entire sky in an instant. With the appearance of the colorful light, the originally dark night suddenly became brighter. All the creatures on the ground raised their heads, wondering why this scene occurred. Even Dr. Lundo and others are no exception. Is this an aurora? Dr. Lundo looked at the colorful light in the sky with a look of surprise in his eyes. Logically speaking, the aurora should be difficult to see. Moreover, in this area it should not be an area where auroras can appear. What is going on? Dr. Lundo was puzzled. When Zaoxian saw this scene, he already knew in his heart that the plot was about to begin. The first battle between the mythical beast Rayquaza and the alien visitors is about to begin. When everyone looked up, from high up in the sky, a meteorite suddenly fell with scorching fire. The place where it fell was the snowy field where Zaoxian was. The meteorite fell very quickly, and soon after, it appeared in the sight of Dr. Lundo and others. Is this a meteorite? Looking at the falling objects in the sky, Dr. Lundo and others also had a look of surprise on their faces. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, the meteorite quickly impacted and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, accompanied by a deafening roar. The earth trembles, the ice breaks, and the bottom of the sea is turbulent. At the same time, there was a wave of air, like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing ripples. Affected by this air wave, coupled with the shaking of the earth, the Pokémons living on the beach suddenly began to riot. The plot of Visitor of the Sky has officially begun. Chapter 121. This is fucked up. At the same time, a series of earthquakes were triggered due to the meteorites falling to the ground. The ground collapsed, and countless Pokémons fled in panic. Soon, a crack spread to the place where Zaoxian and others were. Dr. Lundo and others were also shocked, and hurriedly ran towards the flat ground not far away. However, at this moment, Dr. Lundo's son, Zaochao, stepped on an area that suddenly collapsed while running. He lost his balance and rolled down the slope. Below was the escape route of the DIC Lion group. Seeing his son fall, Dr. Lundo's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Zaochao." When the other members of the expedition team saw this, their expressions changed, showing worried looks. "Go, Fiery Arrow Eagle, bring Zaochao." At this moment, Zaoxian threw out Fiery Arrow Eagle's Pokémon Ball. There was a flash of white light and the fierce Arrow Eagle swooped down towards where Zaochao fell. Soon after, Zaochao was grabbed by the fierce Arrow Eagle's claws and lifted up by his clothes. Xiao seemed a little dazed at this moment, probably because he was frightened. However, no harm was done. Seeing this, Dr. Lundo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and thanked Xiao. Kai, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Xiao smiled and shook his head. He shook his head and let the fierce arrow eagle carry Xiao to a safer place. After a while, the turmoil finally ended and calm returned to the snow. Drive Lundo, should we go over and take a look? At this moment, Assistant Yuko looked at the large pit formed in the distance and asked. Dr. Lundo looked at the crater, hesitated, nodded and said, let's go and take a look. Everyone came to the edge of the crater. Because of the friction of the atmosphere, the temperature on the surface of the meteorite rose very high and fell on the snow. When the high temperature comes into contact with the ice, a large amount of water vapor emerges. Therefore, the mist blocked everyone's sight and they couldn't clearly see the situation in the pit. Of course, Xiao still knows that, although this is a meteorite from outer space, there is a Pokémon from the universe living in it, Deoxys. Deoxys is an extremely rare Pokémon from outer space, a powerful Pokémon in the super energy system. In Visitor of the Sky, it even fought on equal terms with the Guardian of the Sky, Rayquaza. However, it is also possible that Rayquaza's strength was weakened in the play. After all, he is one of Fang Yuan's 3 gods. How could his strength only be at that level? Sure enough, soon after, as the water vapor gradually dissipated, everyone saw that the meteorite in the large crater had disappeared. Instead, there was an orange-red Pokémon. How is this possible? When Dr. Lundo and others saw this orange-red Pokémon, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Because they just saw that this orange-red Pokémon transformed from the meteorite in the crater. Deoxys is an alien-looking bipedal Pokémon with 4 forms, each of which focuses on different abilities. The 4 forms have common characteristics. The body is mainly orange-red, the face is blue-green, and there are 3 blue-green spots on the back. There is a purple stripe running along the face and a crystallized trachea on the chest. It has round white eyes and rectangular black sockets. Deoxys flew into the air and shot out a stream of spiritual power, shining on the ground, as if it was searching for something. What kind of Pokémon is this? Dr. Lundo was curious when he saw Deoxys in the air. This is the exploratory heart of a researcher, who is curious about everything unknown. When Xiao saw this scene, his eyes flickered slightly. Deoxys' message also appeared in front of him in the air. The level of this Deoxys is level 70, which is considered the standard for mythical beasts in general. Of course, he also knew that there were 2 Deoxys in the meteorite that fell to the ground this time. The one that appears now is only one of them. The other is still a crystal and has not yet been recovered. Thinking of this, Xiao also showed a smile on his face. He was ready to conquer this Deoxys. Later, Xiao took out Charizard's Pokémon Ball and prepared to release it to introduce Deoxys into the battle. However, just as Xiao threw the Pokémon Ball, a message appeared in front of his eyes. Ding. This Pokémon is in a special plot and cannot be conquered. Xiao frowned, full of doubt. What exactly is going on? Can't Deoxys be conquered in the plot? The Pokémon Ball that Xiao just threw was also bounced back by a mysterious force and returned to the Pokémon's position. At the same time, Deoxys seemed to have found the position of its partner in the air, and a light blue light was emitting from its big eyes. The auroras in the sky also changed. It turns out that this is the aurora emitted by Deoxys in search of its partners. Dr. Lundo and others were also shocked to see the changes in the sky. Unexpectedly, this aurora was emitted by the orange-red Pokémon in front of me. Just as everyone was shocked, the change occurred again. I saw the deafening roar of a dragon suddenly coming from high in the sky. Immediately afterward, a flying dragon rose from high up in the sky. This flying dragon is mostly green, with red edges and rudder-like flanks on its shoulders and lower body. It also has similar looking fins on the end of its tail. It has a pattern of yellow rings surrounding its body, and a yellow ring on top of its head. It has wrists with 3 claws on both of its limbs, 2 long, flat horn-like structures on its head, and 2 smaller horns below it. It also has prominent gums, with 2 clearly identifiable fangs on the tip of its upper snout, while its other teeth seem to be completely encased in the tissue of its gums. This flying dragon is surprisingly the legendary god of the sky in the Hone region, the mythical beast that lives in the atmosphere, Rayquaza. What's going on? This seems to be Rayquaza, the Pokémon from the myth and legend of Fangulin, the god of the sky, right? Why does it appear here on the ground? Did you look at Dr. Lundo? At the reappearance, all of the legendary Pokémon had their eyes wide open with disbelief on their faces. Apparently they were very confused as to why the legendary spirit Rayquaza appeared here. Roar. Rayquaza ordered Deoxys in the air. It seemed to be wondering why it would invade its territory. However, Deoxys ignored Rayquaza and looked around the snow. Finally, it found its partner's stick in the snow in the distance. Then, Deoxys flew towards the location of its partner's crystal, trying to pick up its partner's crystal. However, at that moment, Rayquaza seemed to be angered by Deoxys' behavior. Just as Deoxys was holding its partner's crystal in the snow in its arms, Rayquaza directly sent out an icy beam, turning it into an icicle. To Rayquaza, Deoxys is an alien spirit invading its territory. Therefore, it must be eliminated. Look, they're fighting. Dr. Lundo and others on the ground exclaimed as they watched Rayquaza launch an attack. Seeing this, Zacian shook his head. According to the development of the plot, although this Deoxys was very strong, it was eventually defeated by Rayquaza and degenerated into a crystal. Dr. Lundo and others will bring its companion crystal to Leris City to conduct crystal recovery experiments. However, what makes Zacian feel a little bit screwed is that another legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, has finally appeared. He also tried to throw Poké Balls, but a reminder appeared in front of me again. Ding. This Pokémon is in a special plot and cannot be conquered. Zacian was completely speechless. There is nothing more screwed than this. Two legendary Pokémon appeared in front of them. There was also a Master Ball that was 100% conquerable in the backpack, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to conquer them. This feeling is really unpleasant. Chapter 122 Ticket to Leris. Zacian took a deep breath and could only temporarily give up the idea of subduing these two legendary Pokémon. At the same time, Deoxys, who had been frozen by Rayquaza's freezing ray, suddenly erupted with a burst of purple-red light. Immediately afterward, the huge icicle instantly burst apart, and Deoxys also escaped from the icicle and wanted to fly into the distance. Seeing this scene, Rayquaza let out a roar, and then a ball of golden light condensed in its mouth. Destroy the light. A powerful trick for the overall system. Rayquaza naturally wouldn't let the intruder in front of it escape. The ball of energy that destroyed the light quickly condensed and was spat out with Rayquaza. A golden ray of light shot out with a breath of destruction. In an instant, the ray of light penetrated the right half of Deoxys' body. Deoxys didn't react either. He received a powerful attack and suddenly a pained expression appeared on his face. The arm on the right side of his body was directly crushed into dust by Rayquaza's destructive light and disappeared. However, Deoxys' eyes flashed slightly, the self-regeneration ability was activated, and his right arm grew back in an instant. Deoxys also had a hint of anger in his eyes. He accidentally fell into this world with his companions. The green fad dragon attacked him indiscriminately. My aunt can bear it, but my uncle can't either. Then, Deoxys' form suddenly changed and turned into an attack form. His special attack is greatly improved in an instant. Then, Deoxys' 4 tentacles crossed and a huge energy ball condensed on his chest. This is one of the powerful tricks of the superpower system, Mental Breakthrough. I saw Deoxys' figure shooting out, holding the energy ball and hitting Rayquaza. Rayquaza was under Deoxys' mental charge attack, and its entire body was directly knocked back by this powerful shockwave. Rayquaza's slender and huge body fell from the air and fell into the snow, bringing up flurries of snowflakes and mist. How is this possible? This unknown Pokémon is so powerful. It can't even defeat Rayquaza, the god of heaven. You know, Rayquaza is one of the 3 legendary gods of the Hone region, a being as famous as Groudon, the creator of the land, and Kyogre, the creator of the ocean. Now you can't beat an unknown Pokémon that doesn't know where it comes from? This makes Dr. Lundo and others a little unbelievable. Zacian looked at the battle in front of him indifferently. Although this Deoxys was very strong, it was still a little worse than Rayquaza. Although they have the upper hand now, Rayquaza may be in trouble once it unleashes its strength. At this moment, Rayquaza soared into the sky again amidst the splashing snowflakes. However, after Deoxys saw it, it rushed forward and pushed Rayquaza down. Attacked by Deoxys' enormous power, Rayquaza lost control of its body again and fell down. However, the place where Rayquaza crashed was the camping area that Dr. Londo and others were inspecting. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the expedition team's camp was instantly crushed by Rayquaza's huge figure. Those inspection equipment were basically crushed, sparks were emitted, and thick smoke billowed out. Even the large mechanical equipment began to collapse, immediately crushing Rayquaza beneath it. At this moment, Zacian and others were also afraid of being affected by the battle between the two Pokémons, so they hurriedly ran to a safe area. Dr. Londo looked at the discarded equipment again, and felt a little distressed. These are all expensive equipment for this survey, and the price is very high. If this is the case, this investigation may not be able to continue. Deoxys, who was in the air, looked at his mental power to find Rayquaza's position. However, due to the magnetic influence of the device, the electromagnetic waves locked Rayquaza's aura. Deoxys had difficulty finding Rayquaza's position for a moment, and missed his target. Rayquaza also took advantage of this opportunity and directly opened his mouth, and a golden ball of energy condensed in his mouth. In an instant, destructive light erupted, and shot towards Deoxys in the air. Not only that, after emitting this ray of destruction, the ball of energy condensed again in Rayquaza's mouth. Immediately afterwards, another stream of destructive light erupted. Deoxys naturally sensed the terrifying power contained in the destructive light and quickly avoided it. As Deoxys dodged, all of Rayquaza's destructive rays missed, but hit other camps of the expedition team. Boom. 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 In an instant, huge explosions were heard in the camp. Deoxys suddenly returned at this moment, and came to Rayquaza, taking advantage of the moment when Rayquaza's destructive light was still accumulating energy. He directly launched a mental charge attack and shot towards Rayquaza. Rayquaza, who was condensing the destructive light, was also stunned for a moment. Then, he felt that the energy ball in his mouth was suddenly out of control. There was an explosion, and Rayquaza fell into the sea, raising black smoke. Deoxys was floating above the sea, and found that Rayquaza had been silent for a long time, thinking that he had been defeated by him. So, he released his attack form, and stayed in the air for a while, planning to take away the crystal stone from his companion not far away. Unexpectedly, something unexpected suddenly happened. I saw a wave suddenly surging out of the sea. Rayquaza's figure soared into the sky, and a ball of energy condensed in his mouth. Deoxys also did not expect that Rayquaza would sit quietly at the bottom of the sea for so long, just to condense a destructive light. At this moment, Rayquaza's destructive light has basically taken shape. Moreover, Rayquaza is extremely fast, and Deoxys simply cannot avoid it. Rayquaza's attack could be described as a direct attack. Boom. Rays of golden energy soared into the sky. Deoxys' figure was directly reduced to ashes under Rayquaza's powerful destructive light. Of course, Deoxys did not die. The crystal on his chest did not shatter. As long as this crystal exists, Deoxys will not die. Deoxys, who turned into a crystal, fell into the sea, sank to the bottom of the sea, and disappeared. Rayquaza circled above the sea, and when he saw that there was no sign of Deoxys again, he thought that the intruder had been eliminated by him. Then, the body turned around for a moment, flew high into the sky, and returned to its airspace. Below, Dr. Londo and others, who had witnessed all the fighting, felt a little heartbroken when they looked at the messy camp. It can be said that this inspection ended early. However, although this expedition suffered great losses, it was not without gains. Dr. Londo's eyes stayed fixed on the Deoxys crystal in the snow. Then someone brought the helicopter from the ship and transported the crystal back. Everyone began to prepare for the return trip. Dr. Londo walked up to Zacian and said, "Kai, our inspection work this time will probably end early. Now the instruments have been completely damaged, and there is no way to continue." When Zacian heard this, he also understood. He nodded. In fact, it can be said that Dr. Londo and others suffered an unreasonable disaster. The battle between mythical beasts will inevitably affect Chiayu. By the way, this is a ticket to Leris. If you have time, you can come to Leris for a stroll. There are also many powerful trainers there. I believe you will be interested in this at that time. Drive. Londo took out a boat ticket and handed it to Zarshan. Okay, I'll go to Leris to take a look when I have time. Zarshan's eyes flashed. He nodded with a smile and accepted the ticket handed over by Dr. Londo. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special accessory, Leros ticket. With this ticket, you can take the boat to Leros City in any big city. Yuan Alliance ferry ticket. With this ticket, you can take a boat to any city in the Fanyuan area in any big city. After chatting for a few words, Dr. Londo and others boarded the expedition team ship under Zarshan's gaze and sailed into the distance. As the ship disappeared from sight, Zarshan also turned around and came to the area where the Deoxys crystal fell into the sea. Although Dr. Londo took another crystal, there is still a Deoxys crystal left here. Zarshan plans to fish out the Deoxys crystal from the bottom of the sea. Since Deoxys can resurrect, maybe Zarshan can get another Deoxys. To put it this way, it's not too bad. It's impossible to get both of the legendary Pokémon, right? Besides, as long as there is Deoxys crystal, next time, maybe we can meet Rayquaza. By then, Zarshan won't let it get away again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. I show my cards. I'm Kai. If you plan to go to the sea to fish for Deoxys crystals, you must find an aquatic Pokémon. If the player dives underwater, there is a time limit. 10 bubbles will appear, and 1 bubble will fall every 30 seconds. This means that you can only dive into the water for 5 minutes. When these bubbles disappear, the player's health will drop drastically. However, if you ride a Pokémon that can dive, these bubbles will not fall, no matter how long you stay in the water. After thinking about it, Zarshan took out the PC and eliminated Menace. Among the aquatic Pokémon he owns, only Gyarados and Menus can dive, but Gyarados is breeding now, so this task falls to Menace. With a flash of white light, Menace figure appeared in front of Zarshan's eyes. Then, Zarshan sat on Menace back and let Menace swim towards the bottom of the sea. Entering the bottom of the sea, Zarshan only felt his entire vision go dark, and there was a faint pressure coming from him. Zarshan asked Menace to move forward towards the place where the Deoxys crystal fell. On the dark seabed, there is a spar exuding a faint light. This is the Deoxys spar. As the crystal sank to the bottom of the sea, it gradually merged with the mud at the bottom of the sea. Zarshan also came to the front of this crystal stone at this moment. The crystal is about 20 centimeters long, and almost half of it is sunken into the ground. Zarshan tried to pick it up, but found that it didn't move at all. And a message appeared in front of him. Ding. The special crystal stone containing vitality cannot be picked up. Zarshan was speechless. Since you can't pick it up, you can always dig it up, right? Thinking of this, Zarshan took out the diamond pickaxe and began to dig vigorously. Using a diamond pickaxe is still very effective, and a progress bar appears above the Deoxys crystal. Not long after, Zarshan dug up the Deoxys crystal stone. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special item, Deoxys crystal, with a hundredfold buff. Deoxys crystal is upgraded to Deoxys egg, which can be hatched. The egg of the legendary Pokémon Deoxys has 2,102,400 minutes left until it hatches. Zarshan was also stunned for a moment when he saw the crystal in his hand turn into a Deoxys egg. However, after seeing the Deoxys egg and the time it took to hatch, Zarshan was even more speechless. Calculating this way, it will take at least 4 years for this egg to hatch, right? But fortunately, the ratio of time in the game and real time is 1:12. Calculated like this, it was about 3.5 months, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, coupled with the super intelligent incubation device, the incubation speed should be faster. Zarshan then put the Pokémon eggs into the Pokémon column. Ding. The number of Pokémon the player is carrying is full, and the Deoxys Pokémon egg has been automatically transferred to the PC. Zarshan sat on Menace's back and soared towards the sea. However, what Zarshan didn't know was that where he dug out the Deoxys crystal, there was a smaller crystal hidden in the ground. Although Deoxys turned into a crystal, it was broken into 2 pieces because Rayquaza's destructive light was too powerful. What Zarshan dug out was just a larger piece. The remaining piece was smaller, buried in the ground, and faintly glowed from time to time. After landing on the shore, Zarshan carried Menace back, then pulled out the teleport menu and teleported back to the base. After returning to the base, Zarshan placed the super intelligent egg incubation device in his backpack in the cabin. With this device, he no longer needs to go to the pasture to collect eggs. He only needs to set up the device. Then, Zarshan linked the bucket on the ranch to the super egg incubation device and the PC, set up the egg hatching process, and then ignored it. The super egg incubation device has 6 positions for incubating eggs. After each egg hatches, a message will pop up. Zarshan put the Deoxys Pokémon eggs into the super egg incubation device and then put the 5 Pokémon eggs into the PC. After doing this, Zarshan quit the game. Back to reality, Zarshan washed up and tidied up his clothes a bit. Today is the day he and Subayan agreed to have dinner together. Speaking of which, he hasn't gone out for a long time. During this time, he was always in the game. When he was hungry, he would come back to reality in order to eat. Occasionally he would go out to buy food and cook for himself. After Zarshan finished cleaning, he first called his parents and asked about the recent situation. All in all, after such a long period of hospitalization, my father's illness has basically recovered and he can now walk. Zarshan chatted with his parents about internal affairs and then hung up the phone. It's almost nighttime now, and it's time to go on the date. The place where he made an appointment with Subajan was a coffee shop. Zarshan stopped a taxi and ran to the restaurant. Outside the buffet of the Four Seasons restaurant stood a beautiful urban beauty, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Delicate cheeks, beautiful eyes as clear as autumn water, white shirt and black skirt, work clothes, outline the graceful curves, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in stockings are exposed under the skirt, making people wonder at a glance him. This beauty is Subajan. She glanced out of the door from time to time, with a kind of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Tonight was a party to celebrate the studio's success, and she invited the studio members to have a meal. In order to see Zarshan, she specially invited Zarshan to come to this party. Subajan just told Zarshan to have a meal. In this case, Zarshan would definitely come. In college, Subajan had always had a crush on Zarshan, but after learning that Zarshan had a girlfriend, she buried this crush in her heart. She didn't want to get involved as a third party and ruin the relationship between Zarshan and his girlfriend. As a friend, she could only give silent blessings from behind. She carefully prepared tonight's party. The purpose was simply to see Zarshan as a friend again. Since her graduation, she had never seen Zarshan again. Moreover, she also heard that Zarshan's previous girlfriend had broken up with him. Isn't this an opportunity for her? Subajan was full of expectations. Several studio members came one after another, all very beautiful girls. After all, Subajan established a guild for all the female players in the game, so the people under his command were naturally girls. Now the members of the studio are here. However, summer has not yet arrived. Not coming? Subajan felt a little disappointed. Sorry to keep you waiting. At this moment, Zarshan's voice came from a distance. When Subajan heard this voice, her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then turned her head to look. Sure enough, a figure walked over from a distance. It was Zarshan. She took a few deep breaths to relieve the tension in her heart, raised her head, and greeted with a smile. Zarshan, you are here. Zarshan smiled and nodded and said, there was a traffic jam on the road. I shouldn't have come. Is it late? Subayan shook his head. His eyes stayed on Zarshan for a moment, and he shook his head. No, let's go in. Zarshan followed Subayan and entered the restaurant. When Subagin led Zarshan to the place she had booked, many members of the studio had surprised expressions on their faces. My goodness, Mr. Su actually brought a handsome little brother here. So handsome. No different from some popular celebrities. Who is this little brother, Mr. Su? Is he your boyfriend? Everyone in the studio had a gossip-filled look in their eyes. These words naturally reached Zarshan and Subajin's ears. Subagin gave those girls a fierce look. The girls all shrank their heads, but they still looked at Zarshan silently, showing curious expressions. Zarshan also had a bit of embarrassment on his face at this moment. He originally thought that he was just eating with Subagin. Unexpectedly, there are so many girls here. Moreover, they all have good looks. This is a classmate that I have a good relationship with in college, called Zarshan. Subagin introduced to the girls. He then said to Zarshan, these girls are members of my studio. They are all beautiful. They are not allowed to have their ideas. Zarshan smiled awkwardly and said to the many girls, hello, I'm Zarshan. You are Mr. Su's classmate. He now understood that this meal tonight was most likely a gathering of members of Subajin's studio, and Subagin specially called him here. Didn't you see that apart from him, all the people sitting here are young and beautiful girls? Zarshan is not stupid, he just thought about it for a moment, and basically understood it. Brother, do you play MC Pokémon? How is your strength? Do you need us to carry you? Several girls asked curiously. Have fun, my strength is pretty good. Zarshan replied with a smile. Little brother, let me tell you, our Mr. Su is one of the most powerful female players in Pokémon. The president of Peerless Fenghua Guild, Fengling, is our Mr. Su. The largest female player guild in the entire server. After hearing the girl's words, Subagin shook his head helplessly. When Zarshan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, a flash of surprise flashing in his eyes. Subagin is Fengling. Zarshan remembered that his opponent in the last fishing conference game was Fengling, right? Thinking of this, Zarshan couldn't help but feel ashamed. He remembered beating her very brutally at that time. He looked at Subagin with a guilty look and was relieved when he saw that she didn't pay attention to him. Brother, what is the name of your game? We can play together. Yes, I'm also very strong. I'm now the 54th player on the ranking list. At this moment, Subagin also set his own views to Zarshan. Speaking of which, Zarshan also told her before that she had given up and focused on conquering this game. She still didn't know Zarshan's name in the game. Feeling everyone's gaze, Zarshan was speechless. Is there any need to be so curious? However, she also noticed Subajin's inquisitive eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Zarshan thought about it and decided to show his cards. My name in the game is Kai. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Little brother, is your name just one name? What is Kai? There are many names with the same pronunciation in the game. Zarshan smiled and said directly, Red brother, are you actually the red god? After hearing this, many girls had surprised expressions on their faces and their mouths opened wide that it seemed as if they could swallow a duck egg. Zarshan looked at everyone's surprised expressions and nodded lightly. At this moment, even Subagin was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed a look of surprise. He also didn't expect that Zarshan was actually the mysterious player Kai. However, after the shock, Subagin gritted his teeth, looked at Zarshan with a bad look, and said bitterly, okay, it turns out that in the last game of the last fishing competition, my opponent was you. Zarshan was a little innocent, smiled bitterly, and said, I didn't know that you were on the opposite side. Also, in the battle for the championship, of course we have to go all out. The girls covered their mouths and laughed. Brother, you beat our chairman Su so much that he almost went crazy. Originally, if I hadn't met you, the fishing championship would have been Chairman Su's. Many girls fanned the flames. Subagin also set his sights on Zarshan at this moment, showing an interesting expression. She wanted to see what Zarshan would do. In fact, she was not very angry at all. She understood that it was only the studio members who were making noise. Zarshan smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I'll punish myself with one drink as an apology." "1 cup is enough." "Sisters, it should be 3 cups." Yes, 3 cups are necessary." "Mr. Su, do you think so?" Subajan also nodded and looked at Zarshan with a smile on his face. In desperation, Zarshan had to punish himself with 3 cups of wine as an apology. Chapter 124 Heading to Pingdingshan Plateau, Philly area. This meal lasted for about an hour. Zarshan returned home a little drunk. To be honest, Zarshan almost lost his temper when he was eating with these girls. They tried their best to get Zarshan drunk. Fortunately, he had a good drinking ability and was not drunk. After washing his face and waking up a little, Zarshan put on his helmet and continued to enter the game. Returning to the game, Zarshan's figure appeared in the base. Summer's next plan is to go to the Pingdingshan Plateau to look for the Flame Bird Altar. After finding the Flame Bird Altar, go to Acacia Grassland to find the Lightning Bird Altar. In this way, the 3 silly birds will soon be reunited. Zarshan then tidied up his backpack and adjusted the equipment. Now, with the super intelligent egg hatching device, Zarshan no longer needs to carry Pokémon eggs with her. Thus, several Pokémon spots became vacant. After thinking about it, Zarshan put the fiery arrow eagle into the PC and replaced it with the 4 Pokémons: biting land shark, freezing bird, intelligent frog, and fairy Eevee. During this period of time, a Ukulele with all the qualifications in 4 attributes also appeared on Zarshan's PC. This was thought up by the super intelligent egg incubation device during the summer when it was offline. This Ukulele can be used as the main force first. Then, Zarshan put Ukulele into the team. After doing this, Zarshan brought out the teleportation menu and randomly selected a novice village with a flat mountainous terrain to teleport there. After arriving at the novice village on Pingding Mountain, Zarshan released the fire-breathing dragon and flew into the distance. Along the way, Zarshan took out the 3 Sacred Birds Altar map and took a look, but it was not displayed on the map. Thinking about it, the Flame Bird Altar should not be within the scope of the map. Zarshan did not lose his patience and continued searching. After flying for a long time, Zarshan looked at the endless Pingdingshan Plateau and frowned. For such a long time, basically no clues have been found regarding the Flame Bird Altar. However, just now, a reminder suddenly appeared in front of Zarshan's eyes. Ding. The player found the mysterious power and opened a special secret map. Seeing this message, Zarshan was stunned for a moment. A special secret map? Zarshan's eyes looked around downwards. What made him a little strange was that the terrain of Pingding Mountain had not changed. Therefore, Zarshan has some doubts. However, after flying a long distance on the fire-breathing dragon, Zarshan suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The Pingdingshan Plateau was originally a reddish-brown terrain, but as the summer passed, green trees began to appear in front of his eyes. Generally speaking, even if there is vegetation on the plateau, it should be like brown oaks. But the green in front of me is extremely eye-catching. At the same time, Zarshan also understood in his heart that he should have entered the special secret realm we just mentioned. Zarshan let the fire-breathing dragon land and soon came to a dense jungle. Zarshan also clearly saw the terrain of this mountain range at this moment. This jungle is just a corner of the mountain range. This mountain range spans for nearly 2 kilometers. There are not only steep cliffs, but also rapid waterfalls on the mountain. At the top of the mountain is a tall tree and a house. Zarshan plans to go and inquire about the news. Just as Zarshan was heading to the house, a rustling sound was suddenly heard from the jungle not far away. Immediately after, a huge Quintero emerged from the jungle. On Quintero's body rode a girl wearing white shoes, tight black shorts, a red coat, blue hair, and a ponytail. In the girl's hand, she also held a red instrument similar to a PHS, with a long antenna. Seeing the girl, Zarshan's mind was stirred, and he guessed that she must be an NPC. Soon, the red coat NPC girl came to Zarshan. She looked at Zarshan, her brows furrowed, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes, and asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Although Zarshan was stunned for a moment, she still replied, "Hello, here's a Pokémon trainer, and is traveling now. I'm lost here. Where is this place?" "Trainer?" The ponytail girl looked at Zarshan. The ponytail girl nodded, agreeing with Zarshan's statement, and the vigilance in her eyes dissipated greatly. This is the Cyclamen Mountains, located to the north of Darjeeling City. It is also called the Philae Peak. It's the highest mountain range in the Philae region. I heard this for a moment. The name of this area is somewhat familiar to him, but Zarshan can't remember the specific information. He remembered that there seemed to be such an area among the Pokémon in his previous life. After a pause, the ponytail girl continued, "Hello, my name is Inata, and I'm an elf ranger." Zarshan was stunned, and then seemed to remember something. She finally knew why this name was so familiar to her. The Philae region is a region relatively close to the Sinnoh region. I remember that in the Manaphy incident in the anime, Manaphy's egg was sent to the area closest to the Philae region, which is the Sinnoh region. Philae is located in a mountainous area. There are 4 cities in the plain area. Each city represents a season. One of the most common professions in Philae is Pokémon Ranger. The Pokémon Ranger's job is to protect Pokémons from being hunted by the beasts. Pokémon hunters. Thinking of this, Zarshan already understood where he was. "If you're lost, follow me first, and I'll get you out first." At this moment, the ponytail girl said to Zarshan, "Okay." Zarshan nodded and followed the ponytail girl outside. Led by the ponytail girl, Zarshan came to the foot of a mountain. There is a road leading down from the foothills. At the end of the road is a small town. And this town is Darjeeling City in the Philae region. I still have something to do, so I can only take you here. As long as you keep walking along this mountain road, you will be able to reach Darjeeling City. The ponytail girl pointed to the road and said to Zarshan, "Okay, thank you." Zarshan nodded and said thank you. However, at this moment, a devastating explosion suddenly came from the top of the Cyclamen Mountains. Hearing the explosion, the ponytail girl's expression changed drastically and she exclaimed, "No. Something happened." Then, the ponytail girl took out a red instrument and pointed it at the flying object in the sky. Toucan pointed. Then something like a float flew out and stuck to the toucan's body. This is a safari float that can make Pokémons obey temporarily. Then, the girl sat on the toucan's back and flew towards the place where the explosion came from. Seeing this, Zarshan also released the fire-breathing dragon and chased after it. He wanted to see what kind of special plots and tasks he would encounter. Chapter 125 Philae Temple, the ambition of the charging team. There is a temple on the northernmost peak of the Cyclamen Mountains. According to legend, this is a temple built by ancient people and Pokémons in ancient times. However, now the only thing left are ruins. At that time, in this ruined temple, there was a group of mysterious people dressed in white uniforms with red stripes. "Boss, is this the Philae Temple?" At this moment, a man in a white trench coat asked, looking at the 3 pillars in front of him, and the temple engraved with mysterious patterns. "Yes." In front of the man in the trench coat, stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe. The middle-aged man looked at the pattern in front of him with a smile on his face. As long as those 3 spirits are placed on this pillar, the Phoenix King's guard team, Sukyun, Reikao, and Entei can be summoned. As long as these 3 sacred beasts are subdued, it won't be easy to rule the entire world. Philae region. UGUI, where are Mirai, Yoji, Mirai and the others? The purple-robed middle-aged man asked. "Boss, they're already on their way." However, they were attacked by the overlord of the Cyclamen Mountains, the Tanabata Bluebird. "On the way," the man in the white trench coat replied. Hearing this, the purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly frowned. "Let them go up quickly. There's no room for the loss of water, thunder, and fire." "Yes." Yugi nodded and then walked out of the hall. The purple-robed middle-aged man is called Deluohu, and is the leader of the attack team in the Philae area. "This time I came to Philae Temple to summon the Phoenix King's escort team, the 3 sacred beasts. The purpose is to conquer them, and then dominate the Philae region. In order to achieve this goal, Rahu, has been dormant for 10 years. Now this goal has finally been achieved. Luohu stared at the patterns of the 3 sacred beasts painted on the walls of the temple, as if he had seen the moment when he dominated the Philae region. Outside the temple, Yugi walked out of the temple, looked at the members of the hurrying team guarding the temple gate, frowned and asked, "Where are the other 3 Kadas?" The team member quickly replied, "Sir, the other 3 adults are already heading towards the North Peak, and will soon arrive at the temple. Tell them to hurry up, the leader has already started urging them." Yugi said with a frown, "Yes, contact us immediately." The team member nodded and then started calling. On the other hand, the rest of the Kadas of the team in charge who received the call also sped up and rushed towards the Philae temple. The Kixie Blue Bad was very strong and the other 3 Kadas of the Chang team did not have much trouble with it. He simply restricted its movements and left quickly. Shortly after the stormtroopers left, the elf ranger Hinata also flew here on a toucan. When she saw the Kixie Blue Bad whose movement was restricted, her expression also changed. Someone broke into the Philae temple. Its mission is to protect the Philae temple and the Pokémon in the Cyclamen Mountains from Pokémon hunters. Legend has it that this Philae temple is related to the 3 sacred beasts of the Phoenix King's Guard team. Specific conditions are required to summon the 3 sacred beasts. However, no one knows what conditions are required yet. Hinata was about to step forward to lift Tanabata Bluebird's restrictions, but Tanabata Bluebird shook her head. Tanabata Bluebird and Hinata also know each other very well, and they know that the human girl in front of them is the guardian of the Cyclamen Mountains. She chirped several times to Hinata, seemingly telling her to go to the Philae temple on the top of the mountain to see it. He was able to break free from these restrictions on his own, so he didn't have to interfere. Since he has been with the Pokémon all year round, Hinata has gradually understood some of the meanings expressed by the Pokémon. She nodded to the Tanabata Bluebird, and then let the big-beaked bird carry her to the Philae temple on the top of the mountain. Not long after Hinata left, Zacian also appeared on the road. When he saw the Tanabata Bluebird whose activities were restricted, he was stunned for a moment. In his memory, this Tanabata Bluebird seemed to be one of the 3 overlords of the Cyclamen Mountains and the guardian spirit of the Philae temple. There are 3 guardian spirits in the Philae temple, namely the fire-breathing dragon, Kerberman, and the Tanabata Bluebird in front of me. As the guardian spirit of the Philae temple, the strength of the Kixie Bluebird is naturally not too bad. The level of this Tanabata Bluebird is level 60. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any existence in the Cyclamen Mountains that can restrict its activities. Zacian suddenly thought that this Phial area was a map that appeared in Pokémon Ranger. The main plot of the plot is to prevent the largest evil organization, the Stormtroopers, from dominating the Philae region. The charging team summoned the 3 sacred beasts in the Philae temple in the Cyclamen Mountains, forced them to subdue, and began their campaign to rule the Philae region. Zacian also understood that the mission in this special secret realm he was encountering now was probably to prevent the attack team from subduing the 3 sacred beasts. Moreover, the explosion that was heard just now was probably caused by the team rushing over. Thinking of this, Zacian already had an idea in mind. He looked at the struggling Kixie Bluebird and quickly asked the fire-breathing dragon to help the Kixie Bluebird lift the restrictions. The restrictions on the Tanabata Bluebird were quickly lifted with the help of Charizard. After Kixie Bluebird regained its ability to move, it chirped at Zacian and Charizard, as if to thank them. Then, the Tanabata Bluebird flapped its wings and flew towards Philae Temple. At the same time, in Philae Temple, all the members of the charging team were at the center of the temple. At this moment, Luohu, the leader of Team Chang, walked towards the 3 pillars with 3 Pokémon balls in his hand. The 3 Pokémon balls in Luohu's hand are none other than Water EV, Ray EV, and Fire EV. After placing the 3 Pokémon on the pillar, Luohu also had a smile on his face and operated the console in front of the pillar. Suddenly, 3 rays of light burst out from the pillars. In an instant, a dazzling light filled the entire Philae temple. Not only that, these 3 rays of light also penetrated the temple and rose into the sky. Even outside the temple, these 3 pillars of light could be seen. And Hinata, the ranger who was on the way, saw 3 pillars of light suddenly rising from the temple, and his expression also changed. What's going on? Hinata felt a little anxious. She didn't know why the temple had undergone such changes, so she quickly asked the big-beaked bat to speed up. The Kixie bluebird behind also saw these 3 pillars of light and immediately shouted, with a flash of anger in its eyes, and sped towards the temple. On the other side of the Cyclamen Mountains, the remaining 2 Overlord level Pokémons also saw the pillar of light rising into the sky, and their expressions suddenly changed. Then, the Overlord level Pokémons Charizard and Kirby rushed towards Philae Temple. Not only the Cyclamen Mountains, but also the entire Philae region saw those 3 pillars of light rising into the sky. The Philae region is located in a mountainous area and the 4 major cities are all on the plains. Therefore, these 3 pillars of light can also be seen from the entire area. At that moment, everyone looked confused, not knowing why this strange phenomenon occurred. Only those who know the legends of Philae know what happened. They looked in the direction of the Cyclamen Mountains with worried expressions on their faces. Of course, there were also many Pokémon Rangers rushing towards the Cyclamen Mountains. As the light grew brighter, the 3 pillars of light gradually turned into 3 colors, blue, gold, and red. The 3 Pokémon balls on the pillars exploded under the illumination of the beam of light. The figures of the 3 Pokémon also appeared on the pillar. However, at that moment, their faces showed painful expressions, as if they were suffering great pain. It was a feeling, as if the entire body was about to melt. Being exposed to the light, the consciousness of Water EV, Fire EV, and Lay EV was already somewhat scattered. However, there is a vague force containing vitality that is repairing their bodies and strengthening them. As time passed, Water EV, Fire EV, and Lay EV finally began to change in the pillar of light. Their bodies grew taller, and the power of water, thunder, and fire condensed in their bodies. It didn't take long for their bodies to transform into the appearance of the legendary 3 sacred beasts. As the light gradually dissipated, the original Water EV, Fire EV, and Ray EV had disappeared. Instead, there was Suicune, Entei, and Raycow. They are the Phoenix King's escorts. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.